And it worked. We're live.
Good. We're on. Thank you. Oops, I should have gotten ready here. Work session. Good morning, everyone. This is a day of work sessions on a number of bills. I see that we do have a quorum. We'll get to that in a moment. And I am Senator Susan DeChambeau. I'll be presiding over this work session today on criminal justice and public safety. The purpose of a work session is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider legislative proposals before them and make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only committee members, like the committee analysts and those specifically invited to attend, will be participating in the work session via Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe the meeting, it is being live streamed on the YouTube channel and will be available for viewing after the meeting is concluded. Materials have been provided electronically for this meeting, either through screen share, you'll see that. When it comes time for the committee to vote, we must have a quorum present, at least 7 members, including a senator. In order to be counted as present, your identity must be visually verifiable on the Zoom screen. I will now call on members to introduce themselves, and I will recognize Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Seaway.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Seaway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Costain. Oops, I missed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent District 100, and it's part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corona. Thank you.
And Representative Pickett.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. I represent House District 116. That's the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Thank you. Representative Reckett.
My name is Lois Reckett, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland. Happy to be here today.
Representative Rudnicki.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And I am still here under protest because we adjourned already. Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Hi, I'm Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union. Thank you very much.
Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent part of Portland, neighborhoods of Libbytown, Nason's Corner, Rosemont, and Stroudwater.
Thank you. And also with us is our policy analyst, Jane Overton, who raise your hand. And our clerk, committee clerk, Deb Fahey. In the box, you will notice in her little box, the LD. I tell you, you look like Vanna White showing those LD numbers.
Figure out which side to go. It's
You'll be able, those who are viewing this, that's the number that we'll be discussing. So the bill. So I will now open the work session on LD 58. For your information, we discuss it. There'll be a motion, a second, some discussion, and then a vote on these bills, or we'll give you the status of where they are. The first bill is LD 58. This is from Representative Harnett. An act to improve information sharing by criminal justice agencies with government agencies responsible for investigating child or adult abuse. I will traditionally offer Ms. Overton to make any presentation she wished to make.
All righty, this is LD 58. The sponsor of this bill is Representative Harnett. You have worked this bill a couple of times before, and I understand that there have been some discussions on a proposed amendment on the bill. I don't know if there's anybody here who wants to speak to that issue.
Is Representative Harnett with us? We can invite him in.
Representative Harnett is in Judiciary Committee this morning. I did talk to him early this morning. He has seen the amendment. He supports the amendment. If we need him at some point, he said to just let him know and he can come out of his committee and come over. Attorney Parr is here if you'd like to have him present the amendment to you all. As you know, I think this was quite possibly the first bill that this committee heard back in January. We've been meeting and trying to get to a place that will work for everyone, and we hope that this does it. And I want to thank Attorney Parr. I want to thank Molly Bogart, and also Victoria Morales, Representative Morales, excuse me, has helped a lot with this bill. So if you'd like to hear from Attorney Parr. Deb, do you have the amendment that you could share on the screen as he presents it?
If Molly Bogart is here, she should step in if she wants to.
I'll send it to Deb.
Thank you.
okay.
Molly Bogart is not here, but Todd Landry just raised his hand.
Oh, okay, thank you. He can come in. Attorney Parr and Dr. Landry. So both the public safety, yes, I can't remember department, I guess, the Department of Public Safety and the Department of Health and Human Services. Good. Both of you are represented here and have had some work, have been working on this. And what we have before us is an amendment like this, that's it. So which one wants to go first on to explain to us that amendment? Is that the latest one?
Yes.
I think it's the same. Okay, good. It's just in a different format. Attorney Parr? Oops. Or I would defer to Dr. Landry also. Do you wish
Yes,
to?
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and happy to be with you. Again, for the record, I'm Todd Landry. I'm the Director of the Office of Child and Family Services in the Department of Health and Human Services. And adding on to what Representative Warren indicated, we have worked with a number of individuals on the amendment that you see in front of you here. The most significant changes are really twofold on this amendment. And as a reminder, this amendment would allow for some additional information sharing between criminal justice agencies with agencies responsible for investigating child or adult abuse. And so that is why you have the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of just escaped me, Maine State Police with us here. My apologies there. But as it relates to the two amendments, the amendment that you see here is really for two pieces. The first piece under Section A indicates that the information is being provided in response to a request by that agency or subunit for the records regarding a particular person or persons. This was intended to address some concerns about any sharing of information that has not already been opened as part of an investigation. So it was really intended to be specifically limited to when an investigation has already been opened on a person or persons as it relates to abuse or neglect, and not an open records review, if you will. The second piece is a piece we discussed in the last work session that would limit the information to specific chapters. Those specific chapters are listed there for you. If anyone would like, I'm also happy to read the titles of those chapters, but don't want to take up any more of your time unless you wish to have those read. But this is a further limitation in response to concerns by a couple of your colleagues in order to try to put some barriers or some parameters around the limitation of this information that would be shared, that would be specific to linkages or connections to abuse or neglect of children or adults. And then the last piece that you see there, information obtained can only be used for the purpose for which it was obtained, or for the administrative or oversight of the agencies obtaining the information. Again, that was recognizing the fact that there wanted to be some limitation on the use of that information. And this is an amendment that was drafted and we, by different folks at different times, or different components of this was drafted by different folks to address those concerns. It is something that the departments respectively are comfortable with. The sponsor has indicated he is comfortable with it. And I believe Representative Warren and Representative Morales, who spent a significant amount of time on this, have indicated they're comfortable with this as well.
Thank you, Dr. Any questions for Dr. Landry or Attorney Parr, who's with us also? Anyone? Okay, Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to hear from Attorney Parr to see where the department stands on this.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
A little louder, maybe, a little bit.
Okay, one sec. I'll adjust my. There we go. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, we are, thank you for the question. We are, Maine State Police Department of Public Safety, we are comfortable with this amendment. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we've been discussing this since January, so, and we appreciate all the work, including the two of our members joining in. And so this is the conclusion. I trust we'll have a motion here with Representative Pickett.
May I cut in quickly before?
Yes.
I'm sorry, just 1 second. Thank you. Dr. Landry, I didn't realize you were on the call when I was doing my thanks. And I don't know if you guys know, but Dr. Landry has not only been spectacular, but he's also my constituent. Thank you very much, all of you, for working with us and being patient with us as we crafted this. I just want you to
really, really appreciate Dr. Landry, your team, and all the work, and Attorney Parr. Thank you very much.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is what legislators are supposed to do. Supposed to sit back, listen, put people to work that know about the topic, and after they get the work done, bring it back to us, answer our questions, and hopefully wrap our arms around it if we can do it. And this is a perfect example of that today. And so with that in mind, I would make a motion ought to pass as amended.
Second.
Second by Representative Costain. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will ask for a roll call vote, please.
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Reckett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Resounding yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman. Is Representative Newman in the room?
He has had to step out for a minute.
Thank you. Representative Pluker. Maybe he stepped out too.
Yeah, he is in Agriculture Committee this morning. He wants us to alert him when we get to his bill, so.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes,
That's unanimous, 9 yes and 4 absent.
I'd
Madam
like to
Chair?
thank, I just want to say, I'd like to thank the committee. I didn't want to have to do a divided report and explain this to the Senate at all. Thank you. So,
Madam Chair?
yes, Representative Pickett.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment, and that is to thank the individuals that are online, Attorney Parr, Dr. Landry, also those in our committee that have worked on the bill as well, for all the hard work. It's obviously there was a lot of hard work put into that, and for determination, because at the beginning it didn't look good, but so keeping up the good work and making it happen is a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Landry.
Senator DeChambeau, I just wanted to say thank you to Representative Harnett, Representative Warren, and Representative Morales. These are important discussions. They're very important to have and to keep having. And I really appreciate just the effort that was made, and want to thank you for supporting this today. And thank you, Dr. Landry. I appreciate working with you.
Thank you. All right, moving right along, we have the next bill is LD 438, an act to increase public safety by adding a position to the Computer Crimes Unit of the Maine State Police. This is from Senator Diamond. As you know, Senator Diamond has worked very diligently on this bill. He has met with the governor's office and came to some agreement, and they're now working on wording. He has asked to table that till next week so he can present that to us. So, Representative Warren?
I just want to let you know my bill's up in tax committee. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay, good. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to table.
Second.
Motion by Representative Pickett, second by Representative Costain, I believe. Okay. No discussion on the tabling. I will have a show of hands. Those of you who wish to Representative Morales, yes. So, good, unanimous. We will do that next week. Ms. Orbiton, do we have a date, don't we, on that for him? And that's 438?
We didn't give it a date yet, but let's give it the 11th. That's going to be sort of a crazy day anyway, so
Okay.
we'll put it there.
So Ms. Fahey, you will notify Senator Diamond that it's on the 11th, please? Thank you. The next one we have is,
Could I-
excuse me?
Could
Oh,
could I say something in between?
Representative Reckett, excuse me?
Yes, sorry. I just wanted to tell Senator Searway that he was right. I just got the memo. And so when we're doing the scheduling, we need to know that Thursday is a possibility next week as well. So,
Yes. For those of you who don't know, I guess it's been floating around and we're confirming that next week's May 13th session has been canceled, and I believe they don't have a scheduled date for the following week yet.
No, they don't, but the memo just came out from the
Okay. All right.
office of
Well,
the.
they're all waiting for all our bills, so we'll get going.
Right.
Representative Pickett, you have your hand up. Is that all okay?
Just wanted to wave and say hi.
Okay, thank you. LD 769 is next. And LD is 769 is an act to increase the availability of mental health services for a defendant who has been found incompetent to stand trial. And this is from Representative Stover. This is a really complex and large bill to consider. We've spent some time in public hearing on this. So if Representative Stover is available, if anyone has any questions of her. And we've had testimony from a number of administration staff members of mental health and Riverview. If any of the members here have any questions, we can ask if they're available, and if you wish to ask any questions on this bill. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Oh, good. Yes, I'm sorry, Ms.
Oh, that's perfectly okay. I'm happy to have you skip me. On this bill, I did get a memo from, and you all got a memo on May 4th from the Commissioner's Office of the Department of Health and Human Services. And it has in it an outline of some agreements that have been made on the bill. For me, it's helpful to pull out the actual paper copy of the bill or pull up the electronic copy because the people who speak on this are going to show you 3 or 4 places that amendments are needed on the bill.
Thank you.
And there is not an integrated drafted amendment at this point.
There isn't?
No. I don't do those on spec. I only do them when I'm asked.
So that was, and I have to say that I printed it out and read it. Now I can't find it, but I'm looking for it.
It was on May 4th. There should be somebody here from DHHS. Also, perhaps Kevin Voivodich from Disability Rights and John Pelletier from CLAC.
Okay.
Those are the people I would expect.
Yep.
There's Kevin. Yeah.
So that was a Department of Health and Human Services memo, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
May 4th.
we can ask someone that's on that memo to explain to us that memo.
Yes, well, I see Dr. Bader's here.
Correct.
Good morning. I'm happy to sort of step through the memo. Kevin Voivodich is here as well. He was one of, he and John Pelletier, Rod Buffard from Riverview, Matt Davis from Riverview, and myself worked on the language changes. So the first one is to line 5 of 3069C.
Could I just stop you for a minute, please?
Sure, sorry.
Ms. Orbiton or anyone, you said it was sent out on.
Sure, you want me to send it again? I'll try to find it.
No, I can look for it, but yes, please send it again.
I'm happy to.
Thank you. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, Dr. Bader. There's just too many, and I know I read it, I put it aside and who knows where it landed. I want to be sure that all the members have a chance to find it also. So if it comes back up.
Madam Chair, do we have it electronic that it could be put up and shared and she could go through it?
I will ask.
When I find it out.
Yeah. Yeah, we might as well take the time to do this right, Dr. Bader. We don't want to. So Deb, I don't know where she is, if she can put it up. Yes, Jane, I looked on the 4th. I don't know who sent it, so.
I believe Molly Bogart sent it.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
I'll put it up as soon as I have a copy of it.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead? We'll find it and get it up.
Can you put something on the screen about that, Deb?
As soon as I get it to Deb, sure.
Okay. Oh, sorry. That's what we're waiting for.
Oh, I think I found it.
I think so too.
Maybe. I don't know what this is. It's Jane, it's your analysis?
No, I just sent you Molly's email.
It was sent May 5th, I believe.
Did you get it, Deb?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a memo.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me know when you'd like me to start.
Yep. Okay. Oops, there it is. Good. Yes, please, Dr. Bader. And you said line 5 you were talking about?
The first one, it says, it's under the first paragraph or the second paragraph that says clear and convincing standard.
Correct.
So we wanted to ensure that there was a higher than, more probable than not standard. So we went to and I'm not a lawyer, so I defer to Kevin Voidovich, but we went, that line 5 should read, the court after hearing finds by clear and convincing evidence that and then those are the only changes, the line changes. So the purpose is to clarify that the person is being found incompetent to stand trial by clear and convincing evidence.
Okay.
And then the second piece is that we wanted to be clearer about who the narrow group of defendants that this bill is looking at. And so originally the language just sort of more broadly said mental illness, but lines 10 through 12 were suggesting a change. The existing language in those lines would be struck, and it would be replaced by the defendant is a person at risk of interpersonal violence, violence which is not primarily driven by symptoms of a major mental illness or other disability. So this is really to clarify that this narrow group of defendants that we're talking about are violent defendants whose violence is really not part and parcel of their mental illness or other disability. Then lastly, well, not lastly, quite the second to the last, is that we're establishing a process. This largely came from John Pelletier to petition for transfer back to a state hospital. So the existing paragraph would be labeled A, and then a new paragraph B would say, or at any time after 60 days from the initial transfer to the IMHU, the defendant may petition the court asserting that the criteria for placement in a mental health unit of a correctional facility are no longer met and may be returned to a less restrictive setting. The court shall hold a hearing and issue a finding, maintaining or terminating the placement at the mental health unit of a correctional facility. And then no subsequent petition may be filed sooner than 60 days after resolution of any prior petition. Again, this language largely came from Mr. Pelletier, but it's a recognition of the importance of a patient's right to petition for transfer back to the hospital after placement at the intensive mental health unit. And then lastly,
Can I ask a question on this one? I'm sorry, Dr. Bader, could I ask a question on that? And Madam Chair, is that all right?
Yes.
Wondering on that section, would that also, that petition be not just for petition back to the hospital, but also petition to review sort of conditions or what's going on? Or is there anything else in there that would include that?
We didn't contemplate, and I don't know if John Pelletier is in the room, but we didn't, I'm not recalling that we contemplated that it would review. Are you speaking like conditions at the IMHU that they may take exception to?
Right.
Yeah, I don't recall that that was part of the discussion. It was more to assert that they should no longer be at the IMHU and should be, even if they're still incompetent to stand trial, but they should be able to petition to come back to Riverview, even though that bidirectionality was sort of an intent of the original bill. This clarifies that language more clearly and provides that right to the defendant.
Okay, I'll ask John, Mr. Pelletier, that question.
He is not in the room, just FYI.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Bader.
Okay. And lastly, we did establish a sunset provision, which would be at the 5-year mark, where it would give the department a chance to implement the provisions of the statute, see how it goes, gather data, length of stay, returns back to Riverview, successful resolution of competence issues, all those kinds of data points. And we could, then that report would be submitted to the legislature, and the legislature could decide, whether to maintain this provision in statute or not. So we're very confident about the department is very confident about the very judicious use of this this provision, and we're very happy to have scrutiny about this. And I think the sunset provision would allow that. So those are the changes that we've suggested, and obviously it's my hope that those satisfy some of the concerns that were raised by the committee.
Thank you. I have Representative Lookner may have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Bader. I think most people agree that we want to keep folks who have not been convicted, even if they have, this issue with violence. We want to keep people who have been convicted out of the state prison. And I'm just wondering why it is, and I understand it's a problematic population, and why is it, maybe we talked about this during the public hearing, but that Riverview can't build its own facility, and why aren't you, or a facility to deal with this population, and why isn't Riverview coming to this committee or other committees asking for the resources to be able to handle these folks?
I'd encourage Rod Buffard to tackle that.
Yeah, I can, but I think Matt, could we invite Dr. Davis in the room, please? And because I think he can provide a pretty good oversight and some comparisons between a couple of different states, but I'm more than happy to respond to it as well.
Sure. Would you like me to speak, or Rod, are you going to speak?
No, why don't you go first, Matt, and then I'll fill in after.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Representative Lookner, for the question. Just to introduce myself, my name is Dr. Matt Davis. I'm the clinical director at Riverview, Distinguished Fellow of the American Psychiatric Association. Thank you for inviting us here today. and for reviewing the amendments that we made to the legislation in response to the concerns that were raised initially. To your question, Representative Lookner, the issue really is that it's not a matter of adding beds or enhancing physical space or anything like that. What we're talking about is the small subset of the population who engages in violence that's really not primarily due to a mental illness diagnosis. These are individuals who engage in violent acts and are aggressive for reasons that are outside of a mental illness diagnosis. And in fact, in consultation with Attorney Voivodich and Attorney Pelletier, we made proposed changes to the bill to reflect that, to indicate that the individuals that we'd be looking to transfer to the IMHU are engaging in violence or at risk for violence, not primarily due to mental illness diagnosis. And what that really means is that these are individuals who need to have their violence contained in a highly secure setting that we cannot offer at Riverview, nor can any hospital offer. It's essentially confinement. There's not treatment of this type of violence and aggression that's going to be responsive to medications. It's going to be responsive to individual therapy, to the milieu, to the therapeutic milieu, to group-based treatment. So we're not just for the committee to understand, first and foremost, this is not treatable violence and aggression that we're talking about. Because of that, there's no services that we can offer here that are going to reduce that risk, that are going to confer an ability for these individuals to progress through their hospitalization in a safe way. And in fact, I think the folks that we're talking about in reviewing our data over the last couple of years are folks that when they've been in this environment, they've actually wound up having, in a number of cases, a more protracted legal course because they come here and they engage in violence, they engage in predatory acts that wind up actually leading to potentially more criminal charges. So that's really why this isn't a matter of with this very narrow set of patients. We're talking about roughly 5 per year out of about 260 or 70 admissions per year. So it's a small fraction of what we see. These are not people that we can treat, nor are they people that we can really safely contain. They're people who need that highly secure setting. That's not just my opinion clinically. If you look at the leading research that's been published, there's an excellent text called Violence in Psychiatry by international experts, and they agree that with this type of violence, that is what these individuals really need. It's that highly secure setting. The last thing I'll say is that in order to safely contain these individuals, you're talking about utilizing tools that we can't use here in order to maintain CMS certification, for example. The hospital obviously had some issues a number of years ago. Thankfully, we've moved well beyond those issues and I think do a really nice job here of treating the patients that we have. But my concern is that if we continue to see these individuals here, there's the potential for a negative outcome, I think is probably the easiest way to say that. In order to contain this small set of patients here without being able to utilize the tools that are perhaps available at the IMHU, there's a very high risk of other patients and staff being seriously injured or even worse. And there's really nothing that we can do following all the regulations that we're under federally and through the state in certain instances to necessarily prevent that.
Thank you for that. Can I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
And then I think Mr. Buffard is going to speak. Yeah, a follow-up to Dr. Davis?
Yes, yeah.
Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead.
Thanks for that response. And I guess what I'm having a hard time with here is that we're saying these folks are incompetent to stand trial. So that to me implies they have some obviously severe mental illness that makes them, by some, you know, they're incompetent to stand trial. Obviously, that's what we're talking about. But yet they're still competent to cause willing, you know, to enact willing violence, and they're still competent to. So why that distinction? Like, if they're incompetent to stand trial and we're not treating them as criminals because of that mental illness diagnosis, why are they still competent to commit willing acts of violence?
Excellent question. If I may, I'd like to respond, and then I think Dr. Bader can also probably help give some context. But thank you for that question, and that's something that I could certainly understand. You know, how the wrestling that you're doing with that and trying to make sense of that. A couple of things. Number one, first and foremost, simply because somebody is incompetent to stand trial does not mean they have a mental illness diagnosis. I want to make that clear for you, Representative Lookner, and the entire committee. Incompetence to stand trial is not tantamount to a mental illness diagnosis. And Dr. Bader certainly can speak more to that, but there are a variety of reasons why somebody may be found incompetent to stand trial. For example, an individual may not really participate with the forensic evaluator, and there may be some question based on some reports or some observed behaviors or symptoms, but a more thorough review of an individual, you know, may really ultimately lead the team to conclude there really is no mental illness diagnosis. And again, the individuals that we're talking about, that I'm thinking of, are not individuals that wound up having a major mental illness diagnosis. It gets complicated because when you look at the DSM-5, I mean, it's got hundreds of diagnoses in it. When we think about treatable mental illness diagnoses, that we're really thinking about things like psychotic disorders, which is, I'm sure, what you're thinking about. And an individual suffering from schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or post-traumatic stress disorder. Absolutely, that's what we're here for. That's what this hospital is here for, to treat those people regardless of how they are referred, whether it's through a civil commitment or through an IST. However, this very small subset of people that we're discussing are not people really that have these diagnoses. I can't think of anybody in the 3 years that I've been here who I think this proposed bill would apply to that had any of these major mental illness diagnoses. So that's first and foremost. IST is not tantamount to a mental illness diagnosis. The other part of that, I would say, is that sometimes an individual may appear to have a mental illness diagnosis, but really it could be an act of, for example, malingering. They may present in a certain setting where they portray certain symptoms and behaviors that they may wish to indicate that they have a mental illness diagnosis, but they really truly don't have a major mental illness diagnosis. The last thing that I'll say is that when we think about capacity and competence, we're always focused on a very specific issue. What I mean by that is somebody may have the decision-making ability to, for example, accept or reject medical treatment. They may understand these are the pros and cons of a proposed treatment, but they may be completely incapacitated in any other area of their life. They may not be able to make reasonable decisions pertaining to finances or housing or things like that, or vice versa. So when we look at competence to stand trial, we're looking at, does somebody have the ability to partake with their attorney? And there's all sorts of criteria that are looked at with competence to stand trial, but can somebody aid their attorney? Do they understand the charges against them? Do they understand that there's a legal proceeding going on, et cetera? They may not, for whatever reason, have that ability. And again, that may not be due to a mental illness diagnosis, but they certainly may very well know right from wrong. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about when somebody's psychotic and they're so overtaken by their mental illness symptoms, they really can't differentiate right from wrong. They're responding to a voice telling them certain individuals trying to harm them. And so they get into self-defense mode and they try to protect themselves and maybe act out aggressively. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about an individual who still knows right from wrong, still knows it's not okay to harm somebody else. It's not okay to threaten somebody else. That's really what this bill is looking at. Those people who absolutely can make that differentiation.
And if I'm,
Dr.
sorry.
Bader?
Yeah, if I just may, just so the committee's aware that currently, setting this bill aside for a moment, currently there are pre-trial, non-convicted individuals at the intensive mental health unit. So that's already happening. There are folks who are sent there for observation and treatment. There are folks that are transferred from a jail to the IMHU, all before any resolution of their legal case. So that's number one. And number two, Dr. Davis is right, clearly, that while many, if not most, defendants found incompetent to stand trial have some diagnosable mental illness, it's certainly not a predicate for being found incompetent to stand trial, and some are found incompetent to stand trial without an underlying major mental illness. After being found incompetent to stand trial, the State Forensic Service does a series of further evaluations to provide data to the court that further refines whether this person's the impediments to competence can be treated or not treated. And then that allows the court to sort of figure out whether are they getting close to competence, or are they never going to get competent, or were they already competent to begin with and there was an erroneous finding. So those are sort of the things that happen very routinely. So the court has several junctures to re-examine the progress through sort of this period of incompetence to stand trial. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Mr. Buffat, did you want to add to that?
Yes, just a little bit about me. Essentially, at one point or another, I've either directly supervised or supervised from a distance every facility in the state. I was the warden at the Maine State Prison. I'm very aware of what the IMHU is and what it isn't. And for me, what it comes down to is, if this were a family member of mine, let's say that I had one of these individuals in the same unit as a family member of mine, would I want this individual next to my family member? And the answer to that is no. And that is an easy answer. The second question I ask myself is, if this individual were, if this were a family member and he met this criteria, and when I put this on paper, I really had to contemplate it. But everything is based on, for me, what's the right thing for the individuals. Essentially, that's how I gained some of the success I have in my career. And at the end of the day, I, like everybody else on this committee, and I can tell because you folks are asking certainly the questions that I asked myself. Where would I want this individual? And at the end of the day, I would want this individual at the IMHU. And for the reasons that Dr. Davis and Dr. Beta spoke about, I actually think, and I know we can agree to disagree on this, but I actually think because of the structure that they're able to provide over there, it's actually better for the individual. And, you know, for me, it took me a long time to arrive at this decision. When I put it in writing, I thought to myself, Rod, are you making the right decision? Are you really making the right decision here? Can you sign your name to this? And the answer for me is, yes, I can. Because, you know, when I first got here, I was hell-bent that we were going to take care of everybody. And there was nobody I was going to let go through the cracks. I wasn't going to let it happen. And why I've been able to accomplish what I have in the state is I don't do everything from this office. Right now, I'm working with probably the most dangerous patient in the state of Maine. I have a session with him at 12:30. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I spend a fair amount of time with the patients. I know the population. I could probably tell you just about every patient by name that's in this building. I certainly can tell you every patient by name that's a problem because I go down there and work with them. And again, I certainly appreciate the questions. I mean, obviously you folks have given this a lot of thought. These are questions I would ask. They're questions I ask myself. I have to put my head down on a pillow like anybody else. And if I sign my name to something, it means something. And, you know, again, this is something for me at the end of the day that I not only support, but I just don't know where this institution goes if it doesn't have the relief that it needs from these individuals. I can tell you, I, for one, have put some of them in the restraint chair. I, for one, have been called in on a Saturday night to get them to the seclusion rooms. And they're very dangerous individuals. And in my opinion, for what it's worth, this is not the right environment for them, nor is it the right environment for the other patients if these individuals are here. Because again, they become, we had an individual last week that was basically grooming 2 or 3 of the very sick people that we have. And you sit here and you say, what are we doing? But anyway, enough said. Again, I appreciate the questions. I struggled the same way you guys did. I can understand why you guys are asking the questions because they're questions that I ask myself. And I really want to thank the committee for the time that you guys have taken, you know, on this bill.
I think I'm gonna jump in here. I will tell you folks that an hour ago, I was arguing ought not to pass. I now saw the amendment. I'm surprised. It's really good. It's much better than what the original is. It takes into consideration some of the concerns I had. I did not want this bill to pass as it was written. I found it to be a slippery slope. But you know that I've worked in corrections, and where my heart is beating really fast because of what Dr. Davis said. This will only apply to 5 or 6 people a year or what have you. And that's when I woke up. I finally figured out what this bill is all about, and to follow up with what Mr. Bouchard just said. I'm going to share this. I happen to have, if there's only 5 or 6 in my whole career, I happen to have one very dangerous guy that came from there. I'm going to say this information. This individual had committed a burglary in central Maine. He showed signs of mental illness, so therefore went to Bangor Mental Health Institute. While there, he may have been diagnosed with a mental diagnosis, but he was so assaultive with the other patients there. Now let's think about people who go into a mental health hospital. You don't want it to be a prison. So there's a lot of things that are normal in there as if they were living in a condo or something. There's a TV, there's furniture, what have you. But if you've got that one individual who will use the chair as a battering ramp, or will use the knife as a pencil as a knife, this is exactly what this individual did at Bam High. They put him in a unit, not a cell, but a unit by himself. and he assaulted, I would call them an orderly, a young man bringing him his food. He assaulted him viciously, stole the keys and escaped. He was a terror and for the whole community for a number of days while a number of law enforcement officials tried to find him. They found him, he went to court. He not only was charged with the original burglary, he was charged with the assault, almost with intent to kill, the escape, and went to the Maine State Prison. Now, the Maine State Prison makes sure they don't have things, any jail, make sure you don't have things on your desk that can be used as a weapon. So that seemed to be the appropriate place for him. Did not exhibit any more, quote, mental health needs other than you better keep your distance from him. While being escorted to a cell by a couple of officers when he did become assaulted, and while handcuffed, he was able to secure a pen and stab a cap. And so I'm telling you this because now, and this was all pre-IMU, IHMU, I don't know what the numbers are, the letters. This was pre, they did not have that. He may have been the reason that they built what they have within the prison. So now I am looking at that unit at the Maine State Prison as not a place where they will just languish or Riverview's just getting rid of someone. The difference is the environment, and the difference is IMHU is not nurses that are, meaning there are medical people, but there are not, it's run by guards who are alert, who know those behaviors, and it's to protect them and this individual. Thank you for listening to this story. I said it because I wanted other people to hear. Again, this is from a person who was deathly against this bill. I think the amendment is workable. And Dr. Davis, you just triggered something in my memory that came out, and he is a classic individual of someone who would have been at IMHU anyways. So I wanted to share that. Representative Newman, I thought you had your hand up. No, okay. Anyone else have a question, or like Sue DeChambeau is guilty of, telling stories? I protected his identity unless you've worked there and you know who it is. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard a lot of really good additional information this morning. We've had questions, real good questions asked by fellow committee members, and answers given, and heartfelt answers given. And I appreciate when we were being told by Mr. Buford that when he puts his name on something and takes responsibility for it, it means something to him. And I think that's what we want. We want of people to take that accountability for what they do. And I've had in my career in the state police, I've had to deal with some issues that with people that I ended up getting involved with that had to go through competency hearings and ended up in Riverview or whatever at that time. And this was pre this unit at the DOC. And I know I followed some of those things along. I'm not going to go into stories over, but I know there are some individuals that even if they have not been convicted of anything, if you put them in an environment where they have the opportunity, they oftentimes will strike again. And this is really what this bill is about, as far as I can see, for safety for all involved, including the other patients in MHI or Riverview or whatever, and also including even in the correction center, the safety of those individuals there as well, the residents there. So that being said, I'm going to move this, move a motion ought to pass as amended.
I'll second it.
Representative Warren,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call for a break, and I sent out a link.
yeah, okay, thank you. We shall have at least a 10-minute break, and we shall return. We are all back. So there is a motion ought to pass as amended, seconded. Discussion, please. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make an offer to Representative Pickett of a possible friendly amendment. Obviously, we are struggling. I think that's apparent with this bill. But we would like to ask for an ought to pass as amended that does a couple of changes. One that changes the sunset to 3 years instead of 5. That there is no movement within the prison outside of the IMHU for IST folks, patients, right? So that they aren't in ADSEG, et cetera. I know that you've all agreed to that, and I appreciate that. I think we need to have that in writing so that we know that we're protecting these folks. That also in writing is mandated restoration treatment. Looks like people are okay with that. So, and then the other thing that we talked about, and I'd like to just take a couple more minutes with you all and have a short discussion about this. One of the things that we talked about together is we sort of are looking at this as, you know, kind of a binary choice, right? It's either we have the issue of CMS or there's prison. And our concern is that in the state at this point, we have a little bit of a larger issue to our mind, which is that we also have folks that are languishing in our county jails, right? We also have I have to say it out loud, the NCRs. We have an issue, you know, so we have sort of a few different other parts of the system that need a solution, we think. And so we'd like there to be a report back. I don't know how this is properly languaged, but a report back to the Criminal Justice Committee in 3 years on, is there the need of another solution, right? Is there the need of a place? We understand the blocking of this, but for the folks who are languishing in the county jails, et cetera, that we don't want there to constantly be only these two choices, right? People are so dangerous, they're sent to South Carolina, right? Now people are dangerous, they're sent to IMHU. You know, we have people languishing. So I don't know how that gets languaged, and my friends may not agree with that. But those were the sort of 4 things that we're coming in with. Thank you.
So, Representative Pickett, you made the motion, and Representative Warren had amendments, 3 things: the sunset from 5 to 3 years, that once at the IMHU, no movement outside that unit, mandated restoration treatment. So that's all somewhat in one amendment. Is that something you would accept to your motion?
I will look for either shakes of the head or nods of the head from the people inclined. And if I see all nods, then I would be willing to go ahead with that. And I think I've seen two nods. Do I see a third?
No, I will make a comment as I did in our caucus. I support reducing the sunset time from 5 to 3. Matter of fact, I made that suggestion. Mandated restoration treatment. Frankly, someone else can explain that better than I can right now. The one thing I oppose to is if that individual is placed in IMHU, there may come a time that the warden would have to move him out of that unit for sometimes a cooling off period. creating a disturbance among other prisoners in there. I am not in favor. I consider that almost micromanaging what the warden's responsibility is, both to his staff and the prisoners in any unit. Restricting that legislature would restrict a warden from making a movement out of that unit to another unit, maybe just for a matter of hours or one day or what have you. So that's the only thing I object to in that full amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe if we could have, before we take the vote, if it's okay, maybe if we could have either maybe Dr. Bader, maybe address that issue of the restoration treatment part, and then her idea on what you were just talking about no movement from the IMHU, just to get a feel of where they're coming from.
If I may, I think also Mr. Buffard can explain that also. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think before I decide whether or not I'm going to go with these amendments, I'd like to hear from them, because it's the bill that's been crafted and they've worked hard to craft it, and I want to find out where they stand on these issues. Thank you.
Well, I'm happy to address the competence restoration piece. That's a fairly straightforward piece that I can, and then Superintendent Buffard, I think, is the best person of the three of us to address the movement outside the IMHU. But so Riverview and Dorothea Dix have an established competence restoration protocol. It's actually being in the process of being updated, but they do competence restoration for every defendant found incompetent to stand trial placed in their facilities. That is the intention, it is certainly our intention to import that protocol into the IMHU. If this bill passes, they will then be, for a very small, obviously, subset of defendants in the business of competence restoration. So they would, the training, Riverview oversight of that, consultation, all of those can be, is already contemplated, is already envisioned, and there is a competence restoration protocol ready to be imported to the IMHU. Dr. Thornell from the DOC is very aware of that, very in support of that. And so if the bill passes, that will happen immediately.
That's good. Thank you. Mr. Buffard?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So you have
mute button. So I can speak to when I was the warden at the Maine State Prison. This capacity right within the IMHU to isolate folks that might become a problem. And essentially, when we built the IMHU, we built it in such a way that we'd be able to continue to isolate the folks that were going to the IMHU from the rest of the population. So unless things have changed, I suspect they're doing the same thing right now that we did. And like I said, if somebody became problematic, we had the capacity just to isolate them right within that unit, and they did not go to the segregation unit. We were able to isolate them there. So I could double check with Dr. Thornell. I suspect it's probably the same today. I'd say I'm relatively certain, not 100% certain, but I certainly could give him a call.
Can I ask a question of you, Mr. Buffard? Would there ever be a time that the individual is in IMHU and is probably also serving a sentence, or maybe he could have, that he would be well enough that he could move to a general population and like be assigned in the garden crew or something like that? Would this motion prohibit that kind of movement?
And obviously it would be made in his best interest. So too bad we're only talking about his. There are females too.
My understanding is if somebody were down there as an IST, we would focus with that particular individual right on the IMHU. And we would keep him out of general population. I suspect it's the same way now. When we felt as though he was restored, we'd move him along. But when the evaluations were completed, we'd move him along. But you know, again, the only time anybody ever, people didn't move out of the IMHU that were mentally ill. At times, they would bring some of the other folks from general population down to essentially work with the patients. They might have some, you know, I don't know if they still do, but you know, they had a dog program over there where they train dogs. They trained them for the vets and that sort of thing. And they might bring them down to the unit more as therapy than anything else. But as far as moving any individuals out of there, they were, for the most part, and I can't speak for today. I can speak for when I was there. For the most part, they were contained in that unit. They had their own yard. They had, you know, everything right there. The food was brought down to them. So that's, you know, that's the way it was when I was there. And I suspect it's very similar. There may be a time, I don't know. I'd have to ask, like I said, Dr. Thornell, what they're doing currently. It's been a while since I've been there.
Senator, you're on mute.
Yeah. Dr. Beta, you have a question or a comment to make?
Just one very quick comment. If anyone that is found IST is determined by the court to be violent and dangerous and is placed at the IMHU, if the violence stabilizes such that they can be returned, the place they're going to be returned to is Riverview.
Okay.
It's not going to be anywhere else within DOC. It's going to be back to Riverview, just to be extraordinarily clear on that.
Thank you.
So you'd support the amendment of only IMHU, no movement to anywhere else inside the prison?
I would support it.
I would.
Because I believe that that's what they're doing anyway.
Okay, thank you.
So the ball's on your court there, Representative Pickett. Molly, you wish to make a comment?
Thank you. I'm Molly Bogart, Director of Government Relations for DHHS. And I just wanted to go back to what Representative Warren suggested around that report. I think that's certainly something that we could do. I just wanted some clarity as to whether you thought that would be worked into the report around the sunset date that sort of reviewed the work that had happened and add this conversation about if there's a gap in services that's needed to be addressed, or if you were thinking that would be separate.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was the fourth thing that I brought up. And I think that that didn't need to be part of the amendment, but you're exactly right. I was hoping that that could be part of the report back. And I hope I'm saying that correctly for my colleagues. Representative Morales, is that what you feel we agreed upon, and Representative Reckitt and Senator DeChambeau? Yes, okay.
That's
that it
right.
would be part of, yes, thank you, Molly, for asking that, that would be part of the report back.
Thank you.
Now, is it my turn?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is, in my opinion, the way things need to get done so that we can come out with unanimous decisions on bills. And I hope that that's what we're going to have here. So checking with those that are working with the people, finding out that those things are okay with them. Those three items there, the sunset changed from 5 to 3, the IMHU, no movement out of that unit. They can be taken care of anything needs to be done within that same unit and the restoration treatment, that's not a problem. So therefore, how do we go about doing this? Do I just add that, or do as an amendment to my motion, or do we just take the motion off the floor, or do we call it just part of the opt to pass as amended? What's the proper procedure?
The third is perfect. If you say, yes, I accept that amendment to my amendment, and then whoever seconded it, if they would, yeah, Representative Newman did, and he's saying yes, then we're ready to go, ought to pass as amended.
Okay, so I will do that. I will accept the 3 things that were mentioned as part of the amendment. So ought to pass as amended. If my second will second that motion.
I will second that.
Thank you.
Okay, is everybody clear? You better be, okay. Okay, we will have a roll call vote. And again, it's ought to pass as amended, what we were presented and what we've discussed, or Charlotte presented as a friendly amendment. So that's the full amendment. So Ms. Fahey, yes, you can call the roll.
Thank you. Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
He is.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker is absent. Representative Reckett.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's unanimous with 10 yes and 3 absent.
I want to thank everyone, even those who disagreed and then agreed and disagreed. That's the mark of a good bill, or the best we're going to do right now. But thank you all, and I want to thank Mr. Buffard, Dr. Bader and Dr. Davis and Molly for being so patient with us. This is not easy stuff. This is your work that we have to approve. So thank you for being tolerant of what we're doing. And Kevin, you yourself also were very helpful. Thank you. All right, so we shall have that at the next session, I would gather. We got more time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Now that I've moved all my papers around,
Thank you, folks.
We are now up to 1092. And that, I believe, is Senator Marmont. No, 1092. That's an act to expand the Board of Trustees at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy to include 6 members of the public who are not employed as any type of law enforcement personnel, and to require a public review of the training syllabus. 1052. I'm not sure where I have that.
It's
Ms.
1092.
Yeah.
1092 here.
1092, thank you. Sorry. And I can't find it. Do you have anything to report to us, Ms. Overton?
I don't have anything new. We worked this with other bills, and now it's by itself.
Okay, there it is.
It is Senator Miramont's bill. I don't know if he's here. Oh, he is.
Okay. Welcome, Senator Marmont.
Thank you.
In the
Hello.
meantime, Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we worked bills with the board, and I think we did a good job keeping the board in order and doing what needs to be done to deal with the situations that we're concerned about. So that being said, I'm gonna make a motion of ought not to pass.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Ought not to pass, moved by Representative Pickett, seconded by Representative Renicky. Any discussion on the motion? Anyone? None? Representative Warren?
As we discussed a short time ago in our caucus, I wanted us to work on this bill a little bit more. So I'm not gonna, as everybody knows, I don't support this bill as it is right now. I have talked to Senator Miramont. He is in support of us using this bill to continue the discussions that we've already had with Director Desjardins. But there were, as we talked about this morning in caucus, I think some folks didn't have the same level of information that I had in my inbox. And so I needed to share that information so that we could all be on the same page and maybe get to a place that we want this bill. So that's where I'm coming from. I recognize that there's a motion on the table, and if other people don't want to continue working on this, then I'm not going to do it by myself. So I'd like to hear from other people as well.
So what we have before us is a ought not to pass on the existing bill. Yes, Representative Morales?
Yes, I was just wondering, Jane, if you can do a quick summary of this bill for us. I wasn't able to make it to all of caucus, so I just want to make sure I am up to speed.
Okay. Well, the bill adds 3 members to the Criminal Justice Academy Board. It changes the 2 members who are currently, 3 members who are citizen members currently. It changes those to 2 and has them confirmed by the Senate. And then it adds 2 more citizen members to be confirmed by the Senate, appointed by the Senate, and 2 more appointed by the Speaker and confirmed by the Senate. So it adds Senate confirmation for all of the citizen members. It also requires a public comment period prior to any change in the syllabus of the basic law enforcement training. It provides for some transition as the citizen members change in number, and it requires the board, with the presence of 6 citizen members, to comprehensively review the syllabus for basic law enforcement training after the public comment period. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And did we hear from the sponsor? I believe we heard from him yesterday. Or maybe that was on another bill.
I haven't heard anything on this bill. I don't know what you've heard.
If you're asking.
The sponsor is here, yes.
Claremont?
Sorry,
Yep, go right ahead.
I was here on another bill yesterday. That's what we were talking about. That Representative Corey and I and Commissioner, is he a Commissioner? Desjardins are going to work together as soon as we get a chance and let you know that next week on a different bill.
Right. Okay. Sorry, my bad.
Thank you.
Any comments that you would have, Senator, on this bill?
But thank you again, Representative Morales. And I defer to Representative Warren because even she doesn't like it as I put it in, but I know I trust your experience. And when she talked about what she had in mind, I really like that. But I also am in Marine trying to figure out how to get people to work with me on something that I see more in than anybody else does. So thank you for considering, and I support what Representative Warren's trying to do. That's about because I don't have all the language in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
So we have a motion on not to pass. We, as Representative Warren's mentioned, we'll have a vote on that unless there's anything else. If the person who made the motion wishes to move on with that.
Yes.
Okay. So there's a motion on the.
Excuse me, Senator. Senator Mirmont, I'll give you a call. I spoke with Representative Corey as well, and we'll talk about the other bills that you're working on. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor not to pass on LD 1092. Roll call, please.
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker is absent. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously with 10 yes and 3 absent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Senator.
The next one we have is LD 1175. I can address that. I've spoken with the sponsor, Representative Kinney, Marianne Kinney. We've had some discussions with the Department of Corrections. Representative Kinney really wants to work on this. She said that she gathered a lot of information at the hearing, and she plans to work with the Department of Corrections and get more information. So the request is to carry this bill over. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. After the conversation I've had with with you as well last night in regards to what has been done on that, I think the carryover is the proper way to go, and I would move to carry over.
Thank you. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had you'll all remember that Courtney Allen is the director of the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project who brought this bill forward and is working with Representative Marianne Kinney. And Ms. Allen has asked that she be invited to work alongside the folks who are working this, and I would like to support that.
No question, she should be.
Okay, Great.
Point of order before we go any further, we need a second on that motion. I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Representative.
thought you did, Ms. Representative Renecki. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So we'd like that put in that, who else is going to be on the working group? The
This
commissioner?
is really, Marianne and Representative Kinney and I have been discussing, it was really for her to get information. She's even going to take a tour. I really don't know where it's going to go with that, basically.
Okay, my question is, who else is on that group? So is the commissioner and somebody from the Sheriff's Association going to be invited to work on this before you guys bring it back to us?
Frankly, we haven't had a chance to sit down, and yes, the county jails were in discussion to get the Maine Sheriff's Association in that, of course. But as far as how far the net is going right now, you know, it's her bill. I want her to explain that. Of course, she would be the lead person, whoever she wants to bring in. So I can't speak for her on that.
Well, I'm going to do a little bit of directing of this, and Representative Kinney is 100% on board with Ms. Allen being part of this discussion.
I know she discussed that with me, yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to ask, and maybe I need to be more directive in my language. I would like to make sure that in the discussions that happen, the sheriffs are part of the conversation or their designee, the commissioner, Maine Recovery Advocacy Project, and a House Democrat, whoever from this committee wants to be part, and you guys can decide that later. But I want to make sure that in the same way that we dealt with county jails in the off session, that everybody feels represented so that when we come back in January, it's a cakewalk, right? Everybody's been at the table.
Could you make those names again so we can ask the person who made the motion to accept that? So Maine Sheriff's Association?
Yep, a member of sheriffs, the commissioner, Courtney Allen or her designee, House Republican Caucus, which is Representative Kinney. I think Senator DeChambeau, you are also going to be part of it. I think it would be great if somebody from the House Democratic Caucus of this committee could stay in contact and keep us up to date. Just going to be less work that has to be done at the beginning of next session. Representative Pickett, are you going to also be participating?
I was just going to say that somebody from our side of the aisle should be on that as well. I'll have conversations with Representative Kinney and see who she would like to have from our caucus be on that.
Okay, and we'll talk as well and just see who wants to participate in those, in supporting this work. And if everybody, you know, gets the work done together and brings back what you'd want from us, we'll be able to do it pretty quickly at the beginning of the new year.
So we have the Maine Sheriff's Association, the commissioner or his designee, the Maine Recovery Academy, a House Republican and a House Democrat, Courtney Allen or her designee. I was just offering to give her a tour. I'm not sure I'm even on that committee, but we may have another senator in there, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that's all okay.
Madam
with
Chair?
you? Yes.
Representative Newman just brought up a good suggestion. I think where we're trying to get the representative group from our committee, I think we should at least extend the invitation to our independent that's on this committee to be involved if they want to be.
I think it's a good idea.
Great. That's really good. Thank you, Representative Newman. Yep, we'll do that for sure.
All right, is everybody all set? So we need a vote on a carryover, I believe. So can we have a show of hands? Okay, thank you. Unanimous?
I think you need to do a roll call on a carryover.
Oh, yeah, you know
I'm
what?
sorry.
You're right. It's a carryover. God, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Ready?
Yep.
Video on and please unmute for a roll call vote. Oh, just a sec. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker is absent. Representative Reckett,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Motion passes with an unanimous with 10 yes and 3 absent.
Okay. The next bill we have is LD. I'm looking.
1286.
LD, is that 1286?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And this again is Representative Kinney resolving, directing the Department of Public Safety to apply for an exemption from background checks for holders of concealed weapons permit. I don't believe Ms. Overton has got an analysis on that. Go ahead.
That's correct. This is the bill that would require the state to apply for what's called a permanent Brady permit. And the only issue that was, I think the only issue that was really raised was the fact that when Michigan legalized marijuana, they lost their permanent Brady permit. So, but no one can say for sure what the feds would do if the state applied. So the question is really, should the state be required to apply for the permanent Brady permit?
Yeah. And, okay, Representative Morales?
Yes, I move ought not to pass on this bill.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded, moved by Representative Morales, seconded by Senator Searway. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Do we, there's a interference. There's a background noise. If
I
everybody
know,
could just
I don't
check.
know who that is.
Someone had a radio on or something. Seems to have stopped. Are we ready?
Okay. Yep.
Please unmute and turn your video on for a roll call vote on LD 1286. The motion is ought not to pass. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett. Representative Pickett, you're on mute.
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Can you turn your camera on, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Pluker is absent. Representative Rackett.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes,
The motion passes with 10 yes and 3 absent.
thank you. And I should note that this bill was enough, I think all the rest of these bills were also listed for work sessions next week in case we needed them, so we can take this off the work session list for next week. Next week? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Senator, we have the sponsor here for 759. And I know that that's the, sorry, I cannot remember the name of the bill, but Representative Dudera is here. And she has other committees, as we all do. Any way we could, I think we all know where we are on this bill. Any way we could move this up in the line and get it done?
I'm looking. Which bill is that?
LD 759. Clack gave us an amendment on it. It started off as putting as being in the child endangerment statute, the loaded handgun.
No, this wasn't on the list, or am I missing something? It was added last week after the list got printed. There's another bill like that coming. So 769.
759.
769, right? No.
759.
59. I'm a little behind the 8 ball. So we're going to do a work session on 759, as you're asking.
It was on our list. It was just later. I just wanted to move it up on the list. You'll remember that last week, Representative Pickett had offered that we meet to discuss an amendment on the bill. And we did that on this week, on Tuesday. And that day we tabled it because we knew that we were going to have a conversation with Mr. Trahan and others. And we told the sponsor that we would put it on today to revisit it, to take a vote on it. So I'm just wondering if we could move it up in the list since she's here and we all pretty much know, I think, where we are on it.
So there's an amendment. Okay, yes, let's go with that. I have it before me now. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's 759, Representative Dudera, as you mentioned. And I see we're focusing on the proposed amendment, correct? Oh, welcome, Representative Dudera. It makes sense that you would be here. So I am looking at what you provided us as an amendment. And a lot of that was in conjunction with CLAC, I believe, helped you on some of this.
John Pelletier helped me with it, exactly.
Good. Yeah, it took out those words they don't like, which is likely and recklessly, negligently. Go ahead. That's so. Does everybody have that before them? They have any questions of Representative Dudera? You want to talk a little bit about that, Representative Dudera, how you feel about that amendment and what it accomplishes for you?
Sure, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I mean, I was very glad that I was able to have that conversation with John Pelletier because after the public hearing, which we had a lot of people testify in support, he had brought up some areas where he felt it needed changing. So I was very grateful to him that he went ahead and drafted that language, and I trust his expertise and happy to put it before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions of Representative Dodera or anybody else? Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to let you know that Mr. Trahan has his hand up in the list of attendees. I didn't want us to miss him. Additionally, my bill is now up in IDEA, so I got to go and I'll be back as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay.
Senator, you need to leave at noon.
Or no later than 12:20.
I'll be back. Promise before that. I'm going to be right back. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trahan, you want to join us if you have something to add? We're ready to vote. You're having a little difficulty there, Mr. Trahan? In the meantime, Representative Morales, did you have a comment or a question to pose? You have your hand up.
I was gonna move the motion, so I'll wait until Mr. Trahan comes in the room, or I can do it now.
Yeah, well, let's put a motion out there anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
I move ought to pass as amended.
Is there a second? I will second that. Hi there, Mr. Trahan.
Hey there. So sorry, I'm building an education center and I'm out with my dirt guy doing some work, but I've been listening to you. So what can I do for you?
No, we were just being nice.
Yes.
And offering, you have seen the amendment to Representative Dodera's bill about child endangerment laws. And okay. This is obviously not a public hearing.
Sure.
We've had that. And there is now a motion ought to pass as amended after she's had some work with Clack over the language.
Sure. Yeah, well, if it hasn't changed from the other day when I saw it, when folks were meeting, we wanted to try to amend this bill to do a much bigger and broader education plan as well as a grant program for safe storage. That didn't work out, so.
Okay.
Okay, but we do want to work on it with the chairs of the committee to get a vehicle. I think everyone in the meeting was very receptive to the concept that we laid on the table. So if we can get another vehicle to do it, we'd love to work on another bill with you folks.
Yeah, having to do with child endangerment. I know.
Yeah,
I've
we
got one
do.
phone call to make here. All right. We're
Yeah.
all set with that.
Yeah.
I don't
So
want to.
thank you for the opportunity to weigh in.
Okay, thank you.
What's
And
that?
thank you for doing something
Thank
with
you.
education and firearms and stuff. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you. Let's hope that really works out because I think it has a great chance of doing some good.
Good. Thank you.
Thank.
So
Yeah.
it's been moved and seconded ought to pass as amended, and we saw the amendment. We can have Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Was there two different amendments from, or testimony or from Clack? Because I have one. I just don't know if I have the most up-to-date one.
Well, they only gave one testimony, but they've since worked with Representative Dodera, and that's what came out of for the amendment.
I'm just trying to, because I seen that one. I just want to make sure that, does Jane have it, that she could put the amendment up on the?
The amendment was printed in the bill analysis for LD 759. So Deb, can you pull up the bill analysis? And it's at the bottom of the second page. I don't believe anything's changed since then. Yep. That's it. Yeah, yep, you have it in a different document, but.
Can you put it a little a little bigger there, Deb?
Yeah, and go back up to the top.
Okay, just a second.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here?
Yep.
Yeah,
Page 2, that's page 3. Are we
Yeah, I
looking
have-
at the summary?
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
And I do have that amendment. I just didn't know if there was anything newer than that, because that was on April 28th when we had that conversation the other day. I wanted to make sure I had the up-to-date amendment on it. Thank you.
Everybody
Madam
else?
Chair,
Yes?
is it necessary to go through the amendment for folks who are just looking at it now? And if so, could Jane do that?
I don't mind, but I asked that a couple of times, if everybody had that and were aware of it. Does anybody have particulars? You'll see that from the original bill, it said things like storing. It says acting with criminal negligence, stores or leaves. It takes out likely, loaded firearm, and they took out when that person knows or reasonably should know. That's removed. That's the kind of language that has been removed, suggested by Clack in the criminal code. To be more, instead of, for example, section 2, subsection 3 on the bottom, the original was recklessly, negligently discharges. And so now it just says discharges the loaded firearm. We can go down to the summary if you want to take a look at that. For the public, the bill amends the criminal code to specify that storing or leaving a loaded firearm on premises under a person's control with criminal negligence in a manner that allows a child is, a child is to gain access to the firearm, and the child, in fact, gains access to the loaded firearm and uses it, is considered endangering the welfare of a child and is a Class D crime. The bill provides a number of affirmative defenses to the crime, including that the firearm is stored in a locked box or a locked gun safe. The child uses the firearm in self-defense. Those are the affirmative defenses, or in defense of others. The person has no reasonable expectation that a child will be on the premises and the firearm is obtained by the child as a result of the crime. So these were all concerns that came up in discussion.
Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind, could I just ask the sponsor who did the work on the bill to just summarize the difference between the bill that we heard and then what is the product here? Just to put it in plain words for all of us to understand, as we all want to protect children, I think, in this committee.
Representative
Thank you.
Rivera, thank you.
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for the question, Representative Morales. The difference, as I understand it from my conversation with John Pelletier, is that he testified at the public hearing that reckless endangerment, which was the original intent, was already covered under the bill. And that's in fact what he testified at the public hearing. But he said, listening to the testimony, what he felt is what we were really getting at was criminal negligence, and that is not covered. So now it is with this amendment with the changed language. So criminal intent is now covered.
Thank you.
So we do have a motion, and the motion is ought to pass as amended. And we have the amendment that the sponsor is presenting. If we're ready, we'll take a roll call vote. I see any other hands up? No. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Fahey.
We're voting on LD 759. Please turn on your cameras and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren. You're on mute.
Sorry. And the motion is on to pass as amended?
Correct.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
No.
Representative Costain.
No.
Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Pluker is absent. Representative
Just
Reckitt.
getting ready to do a vote.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
No.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 5 yes and 5 no, with 3 people absent.
Absent is Sharp, Lawrence, and who else?
Pluker.
Okay.
In another committee.
Yeah.
And time for me to ask what the people who voted against that motion would like.
Straight out not to pass.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Dare, for coming back and explaining that.
Thank you for having me, and I wish you guys luck the rest of your day. Thank you.
We're up to 11:54, I believe. Okay.
Madam Chair.
And that is Representative Collins. Is he with us today?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I did speak with Representative Collins. This is a bill we heard just yesterday, and he has reached out to the sheriffs. He's doing some work on the bill. He's asked that we table it. It's also scheduled for Tuesday. I probably talked too much, so I'm not going to make a tabling motion, and I want to make sure that other people have a chance to add anything. But he'd like to ask for that. I see Representative Costain has his hand up.
That's a big hand there, Representative Costain. Representative Costain.
I make a motion, we table it.
I second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to table. No discussion on a tabling motion, so I think we can show hands, those who wish to table. Representative Reckitt?
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's unanimous. Thank you. And who seconded that? Was that Morales? Who seconded that motion?
Yes.
Representative Morales, okay, thank you. The next one is LD 1170. And that is Representative Costain, an act regarding unauthorized possession of a firearm in a correctional facility. I believe you had a request, Representative Costain. I recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request that we table this till Tuesday.
I'll second.
I'll make a motion, or I was going to make the motion to table, but can the sponsor make their own motion to table?
No, I think I'd rather you make it.
Okay. Or Representative Warren, if you want to make it, and I'll second it.
Go for it.
Okay. I make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay, it's done.
I think I can table it.
It's been moved and seconded. Yes, Representative Rudnicki, you have, oh, you were going to raise, okay. So let's have a show of hands in tabling this. Unanimous, thank you. We are now up to 1179. And this is an act to, this is Representative Corey. Is he going to be joining us?
Representative Corey called earlier and said he's in appropriations all day and said that Monday would be a better time to work this bill.
We have it also listed for Tuesday, right? Can we do it on Tuesday? Yeah.
Well, if he's in appropriations, I don't know. Are they meeting Tuesday and we'll have another problem? What? He'll have to make himself available.
It looks like the representatives might make a motion.
Okay, let me see. I have Representative Gustain, followed by Representative Pickett.
I make a motion we table it.
Seconded.
Been moved by Representative Gustain, seconded by Representative Pickett to table. Representative Warren, could someone check with Representative Corey and find out when he's available? So
He'll
we
be here
should have it
Tuesday.
on.
I just sent him a message saying we'll do it Tuesday. He'll be here
Okay, thank
Tuesday.
you. Thank you. So is another tabling motion. Representative Pickett, you have your hand up. Thank you. All those in favor of the tabling motion, please raise your hand. Good, unanimous, thank you. Welcome, Representative Luckner.
Yep, he's available on Tuesday.
Thank you, that's great. Now I am up to 1250. 1250 from Representative Morris is an act to allow law enforcement officers with federal law enforcement officers safety act clearance to carry a concealed weapon. And that sentence pretty much says everything that's in the bill.
Is he here?
Any,
Is the sponsor of the bill here, Madam Chair?
I'm not sure.
I don't see him yet, but we could try to get him. Do any of you?
In the meantime, could we have a bill analysis?
Yeah, let's hold on 1 second.
It was yesterday.
No, I don't understand the bill either. So if we could just hold on 1 second on the bill analysis. Representative Costain or Pickett, do you have the representative's cell phone number?
I'm texting him now.
Awesome, okay. I would like to give this sponsor the same opportunity we give everyone else to also hear the bill analysis. If we want to move on to another bill, we could come back to this one, but I just want to make sure that we're fair.
The last bill on the list, therefore we shall move ahead, is 884.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
I think there are more.
Yeah.
Then I guess I did use the wrong sheet.
We got five more.
Oh.
Well, I did use the wrong sheet. So we're up to now where we're going to wait till Representative Morris is available. We're going to move on to LD 884. And that is from Senator Stewart. An act to ban the surveillance of firearm purchases. And there is an amendment that
I believe, was put together with the sponsor and maybe, I believe, the Maine State Police. I think he mentioned Lieutenant Johnson helped him on this. So we don't have Senator Stewart or anyone else here either, do we?
I think if you'll remember yesterday at the end of this hearing, I did ask Lieutenant Johnston that although he was opposed to the original bill, he did support the amendment.
Yes, and I believe I received word that Senator Stewart also supports the amendment, having worked directly with Lieutenant Johnston. Have you heard anything else, Senator Sayaway?
That's what I understood was the amendment was okay. What we could do is, I think if we voted on it this way, maybe have a reading afterwards from Jane, you know, and then maybe they'll be around, somebody will be around to verify. How's that?
I absolutely don't know what you just said, but go ahead. Maybe Representative Warren understands.
We will do an amendment review because there is an amendment. So,
Yeah.
so
So if we
yes.
have an amendment review and then just have somebody to verify that amendment, that's all.
Okay, sounds good.
Madam Chair, I've got a text into Lieutenant Johnson to see if he is able to join us.
Oh, it looks like he's here.
Lieutenant Johnson is here, yes.
Oh, good.
We move him over so he could speak to the amendment.
Yes, he's on his way. There he is. Also, could we get just a quick, Representative Morales, did you want a quick overview of this bill as well? We're on 884.
Yes, that would be very helpful. From Jane, that would be great.
Okay, I'll do it. Deb, can you pull up the amendment to 884 from yesterday? I think you showed it on screen share yesterday, so it should be right around. Does that sound right?
I put them right in the trash, so I'll see if I can find it.
Oh,
Not in the trash, sorry.
okay. I'll read. I think the best thing to do is to just read you the actual text, which is.
Got it.
Great. Then I don't need to read it. Okay. If you scroll down just a little bit, we'll be able to see both things that we need. And this was, I was the scribe for Lieutenant Johnston and Senator Stewart, and they worked this out together. So the amendment prohibits the state police from collecting in its records any surveillance video information or data concerning lawful firearm purchases obtained by the Maine Information and Analysis Center, except as necessary for purposes of investigating suspected criminal activity or terrorism, administering civil, criminal, or juvenile justice, or as necessary for the purposes of Title 34B, Chapter 3, Subchapter 4, Article 3. Those are all mental health laws to protect a person's health and welfare. That's those things in Title 34B are really, I think it's the progressive treatment program and what is colloquially known as the yellow flag law. But that's all I have.
Representative Pickett, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Lieutenant Johnson. This is what we just looked at is the amendment that you worked on with the senator. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And you are in agreement with this amendment? You have no problem with this amendment to the bill?
That is correct, Representative Pickett.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I make a motion ought to pass as amended.
Second.
who second that?
I did. Second.
Okay.
Could I, before we vote, ask a question of Lieutenant
Yep,
Johnson?
I was just gonna recognize you, Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Lieutenant Johnson, I just wanted to understand from the public safety perspective, why you were able to come to this, again, focusing on public safety, and why this information is not important for public safety to have, given what we know about suicide deaths by guns, given what we know about domestic violence, often by law-abiding gun owners who obviously when they use it against their partners, they're not law-abiding at that moment. But I would like you to speak to those issues and why the department has come to this decision to exempt out from MIAC this particular ownership of firearms.
So thank you, Representative Morales, for just an opportunity to explain. I think this amendment or proposed amendment encompasses all the legitimate public safety functions that MIAC, public safety, and law enforcement agencies are engaged in. We recognize that if you're engaged in lawful behavior, there isn't any reason for the MIAC or really any other agency to be doing anything if it's lawful. But there are criminal investigations, there's health and safety issues involving firearms, there's suspected criminal activity, terrorist activity, and a whole range of other legitimate public safety functions that could involve firearm purchases that we may need to be aware of, and the state police may need to be aware of. And we feel that this amendment allows us to do that and doesn't hamper or restrain our ability to do those functions.
And so practically, may I follow up with one sort of practical question?
Go ahead.
What does this bill do then differently from what you do now? Like what would now you won't be doing because of this bill that you were doing, so that we can visualize what is actually happening?
Practically, it has no effect. It has no effect on what we're doing now. As I said in my testimony yesterday, I think in speaking with the sponsor, that the genesis of this bill was due in part to the allegations against the MIAC involving the illegal collection and storage of what are otherwise lawful gun purchases. We have maintained that we do not do that. We do not do that. We're full compliance with Title 25, Section 2014, which is the law that prohibits a firearms registry. We would only be in possession of information about firearm purchases in connection with the investigation of suspected criminal activity, or as part of our responsibilities in responding to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System's request for more information. So we don't do that now, but I think we've demonstrated that we recognize there are some concerns that exist around it, and I think this represents our willingness to try to engage with the bill sponsor to try to reach, some sort of a compromise that allows us to do our job and doesn't affect or hamper public safety, while also addressing the sponsor's concerns about what the perceptions that exist out there.
Okay, so it doesn't do anything practically, it's about perception.
It doesn't do anything practically in terms of changing what we're doing now.
Okay, that's very, very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, there were a couple of hands up. And that is Representative Reckitt, Representative Warren.
I'm trying to figure out why we would pass a law to calm down somebody's erroneous perception of what state government is doing, in the absence of any evidence that they're doing it. It just doesn't make sense to me. There's a lot of things I think that shouldn't be done, but I haven't put in a bill saying don't do it, it's just really puzzling to me. And And I don't think I'm going to support it because I don't think there's any need for it since it's already the current situation. So nobody's convinced me otherwise at this point.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Johnston, thank you for being here again. I've got a lot of thoughts swirling around in my head. So what you're saying is the only time you collect information about gun ownership into a database is if it's folks who are suspected of criminal activity.
That's correct.
Should I be as concerned about that as I am about it? that I could be suspected of criminal activity, but I haven't done any criminal activity, and the state police is keeping me in a database because I'm a gun owner?
Is that a question, ma'am, that you want me to try to answer?
If you could, I'd appreciate why I shouldn't be worried about that. I mean, I'd appreciate to know why I shouldn't be worried about that.
Well, I think it's commonly understood that if law enforcement receives a report of suspected illegal activity, I think they have a responsibility to engage in some due diligence and investigate that, be it, the state police, a local police department, or a sheriff's department, particularly when that may involve a dangerous weapon like a firearm, given the concerns that surround firearms and dangerous weapons and their use in criminal activity, and also their involvement in some other kind of public safety and community caretaking functions with mental health. So, if a tip comes into the state police or it comes into the MIAC, and this is kind of a hypothetical example, that they're saying that, we believe this person went and purchased a gun and they shouldn't have a gun because they're a felon or they've been convicted of domestic violence. I think law enforcement would need to engage in some due diligence to make a determination, are they in fact prohibited from possessing a firearm? Are there some other public safety issues to make sure that nothing adverse happens? So, as I've explained before, MIAC assists law enforcement with some of that information sharing, or assists them with some of that case support by trying to provide them some information to help them. So I think there's a role for law enforcement and public safety to investigate what is reported as suspected criminal activity. And particularly when it involves the involvement or use of a dangerous weapon like a firearm.
I understand that, and I appreciate you describing it that way. And I do understand that, and I do want law enforcement to make sure that they're doing that due diligence when there's suspected criminal activity and there may be ownership of a firearm. I think that is a public safety effort. The question I specifically am asking is around how that, is that information in individual reports, or is the information in a database? And that's the term I'm using.
Sure. So yeah, the state police has different systems to capture information. We have like CAD systems, computer-aided dispatch systems. We have record management systems where activities of our troopers are captured. Everything from the car crash to the broken down vehicle to the more serious criminal stuff. I think we capture that information. I think it's pretty standard practice for law enforcement to document their activities and what's reported and what they've done or haven't done. So to the extent that information comes to us, assuming it comes to us lawfully and appropriately, I think there is a record of that information that exists. I think within the context of this, I think there was, when people go into a federally firearms licensed dealer and are engaging in what is otherwise a lawful gun transaction, is the state police have visibility and oversight in collecting in that data? And the answer to that is no. We don't have any visibility or oversight of that. But if there's a report or an allegation of a crime, then there would be a record that is maintained by the state police. And I feel fairly confident saying I think that's pretty consistent with how other police departments do business. Is there's a record of it that exists in a report in a database like a records management system or something like that.
So if something happened, there's a place to go in and look very quickly at everybody in Maine who has been suspected of criminal activity that owns guns.
Well, I don't know is it's granular as involving guns. I think that there's a report to a law enforcement agency about a potential crime, then a record exists in their records management system or the system they use to maintain that record. It could be a report, it could be notes that an officer has made in that. It's different depending on what you use, but it's not a comprehensive list of lawful gun purchases that is cross-referenced or checked against other things. It would be based on those individual reports.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There is a motion, I believe, ought to pass as amended. And Representative Rickett, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just have one further question, I think. I'm picturing a situation where somebody lawfully buys a gun and 4 days later decides to shoot his wife. That's a lawfully purchased gun until after he shoots his wife, in which case he couldn't buy another one. But at the moment, it's a lawfully purchased gun. And yet if something happened and there was an attempt to look back at where the gun came from and who bought it, et cetera, I would think it might be useful to have stored the surveillance if it exists, which it sounds like it doesn't, unless there's happened to be a reason to do it. So I don't know that my concern about that has any merit, because there's no way you could track it anyway with this current situation. So I don't see that I still don't see how this would help in any way, since the vast majority, if not all of it, is already being done. So I can't see a need. So I'm stuck there.
Lieutenant Johnson, when you said it's already being done, is it already being done because it's in policy and now we're going to be putting it in the statute? Is it by policy or is it by statute that you are conducting that?
So thank you, Senator. Just so I understand your question, are you saying that the policy is that we don't log that or collect that information now, and this law is just kind of enshrining that law?
Yeah, it's been mentioned by you a couple of times, the underlying, the language. Representative Morales asked you if this changes in any way, and you said, no, it's pretty much what we're doing. Well, and then I hear Representative Rickett, basically saying, well, it's already being done. What are we doing? Why are we changing this? So that's why I asked the question. Although you do in the amendment reference the title and the chapter as defined. So it's there. So it's either one or two things. If you're already doing it, it's because it's in policy, or two, you're already doing it because it's already mentioned in Title 34B, Chapter 3. But this is easier to find probably because it's under collection of information. So that's what I want to know. What did you mean by we're already doing it?
Well, I think unless I'm mistaken, I think in the response to Representative Morales' question, does this practically does this law or amendment, if passed, have a practical effect? I think, said another way, will it stop you or prevent you from doing something you're doing now, or change how you're doing something now if this passes? And the short answer is no. We don't. The My Act does not maintain a registry or collect information on lawful gun purchases. So that is not something that we do now. So I guess to answer your question, it's a policy. We don't do that. The only way we would be aware of a purchase of a firearm if it was in connection to suspected criminal activity or terrorist activity, or dealing with the health and welfare of a person who may suffer from a mental health issue, and that presents some issues there. But it's so that's this law, I guess, just kind of codifies and memorializes and makes it clear that, you know, if in the future, if you ever were to consider doing it, which we're not, then you know, you will not and you cannot.
Good. I thank you. And I'm hearing it clearer the second time around. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, are we ready to have a vote on this? We have a motion of ought to pass as amended, what we see before us. We'll have a roll call vote.
The LD number is 884. The motion is ought to pass as amended. Video on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
No.
Representative Morales.
No.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
No.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker is absent. Representative Reckett.
No.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 6 yes. And 4 no, with 3 absent.
Thank you. I need to head out. Sorry about that. See you guys tomorrow. And thank you, Representative Warren, for taking over the rest of the day. Hopefully it's not going to be long for you guys. Thank you. I have to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I have been in touch with Representative Morris on 1250, and he is in the process of working with somebody on this bill. So I would like to make if we can take this bill up, I would like to table that due to the fact that we just did it yesterday in the shorter period of time for him to be able to work on it.
Great. So, okay. So is that, I see Deb also.
I'll second it.
Okay, Deb, did you have something quickly to add?
I'm raising my hand for Jane. We need the minority report on 884.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I was just an ought not to pass.
Mhm.
I think Lois is too. Representatives, everyone else?
Representative Luker. Okay. I'll put the other report is ought not to pass at this point. Okay.
Okay, now I see Representative Morris is here, but he's asked us to table. We have a motion on the floor to table and a second to table. Can we just, okay, looks like that's unanimous. Great, thank you.
Just was that for 1250?
Yes, yep, that was 1250. We just heard it yesterday and Representative Morris wanted a little more time.
And who was the I know Representative Pickett
By
made the motion.
Representative Pickett and seconded by Representative Costain.
Thank you.
Sure. I have 2 bills left on my list to go. Am I right? 1245 and 1446.
Yes.
Okay. let's do 12:45. Oh, hi, Representative Morris, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
We heard that you wanted a little more time on your bill, so we tabled it.
Yes, I heard that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Great, so we'll plan on Tuesday. Does that work for you?
Yes, I think so. Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you. Thank you.
So we do need to get Representative Pluker over in order to do 1446. I'll take care of messaging him. Can we start with 1245?
Can somebody tell me which one that is? Because I'm behind the 8 ball on this one.
Absolutely. Please,
Go
Jane.
ahead. It's Representative Grochowski's bill on protective equipment for female firefighters. And
Which one of them? Weren't there 2 bills?
there were 2. Representative Rader had another bill. I think you already voted that one.
Oh,
Yes.
That was the fund to help municipalities and help fire departments with purchasing.
okay.
So Deb, I think we've got a screen share to do.
Yes.
Amendment on 1245.
And Representative Grochowski is here when you're ready to bring her in as well. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to not do the screen share. I just wanted us to know she was here. I apologize.
That was just a mistake. I'll bring it back.
Okay.
I think I'm happy to defer to Representative Grochowski. I think, Deb, if you scroll down, you can scroll down and get out of the emergency preamble, because the only change on the emergency preamble is the removal of the word female. So this brings you to the body of the bill, and I know the representative is ready on this.
Great, thank you. Representative Grochowski, would you like to share some information with us?
Sure, thank you so much for bringing me in and the courtesy of letting me explain what's happened since we all met last week. I really appreciate that. So it's just, trying to think about the conversation we had and the best path forward. And there was some definite confusion about where my original bill was sitting in statute versus the language that already existed in statute, which used, I think, the phrase adequate, which was, as I think we could all agree, fairly vague. So Title 26, Section 2103 said, was appropriate. Fire department shall provide each firefighter with appropriate equipment to protect the firefighter. And I know that that language has been challenging for firefighters to talk with their departments about what is appropriate. So what I thought made a lot of sense would to be bringing in some of the good, more explicit language that was in my original bill into this section of statute to provide some clarity about what we mean when a firefighter is getting gear, what we mean by appropriate. So what I have done with the help of your very responsive and excellent analyst was rework this section. And I think it was worth doing because how it reads now, I think, is quite clear. And we also got rid of some language about gear in 1987, which is when this statute went into effect. So any gear that was existing in 1987 needs to be long gone, and I'm sure it is long gone by national standards. So we cleaned up 2103 to be current and to be based on best standards known today. So how it reads, as you can see on the screen, the first part is similar in that it must fit properly is what we're saying now. And then we define what a proper fit is. So it's determined by selecting what is the best fitting protective equipment after reviewing the design options that might be specific to the firefighter's sex, options for sizing, options for tailoring the equipment. And I think it's really good, this change, because as we've learned, there are female firefighters who certain female specific gear fits them well, whereas other pieces of male specific gear fit them better. So they would have an option to look at the different design options and the sizing and see what fits best, as would a male firefighter. There, we want to make sure all firefighters are wearing the very best fitting protective gear so that they can do their jobs effectively and safely. So I think this is a great improvement to 2103 that will improve outcomes, not just for female firefighters, but really any firefighters. And I don't know if we want to explain any of the rest of the changes, but it sort of restructured the way 2103 was. It kept the rest of the content essentially the same, but cleaned it up in a nice fashion. And like I said, got rid of the references from the 80s that are just really out of date. Be happy to answer any questions about that.
Thank you, Representative Grahowski. My bill is up in idea, so I've got to run. I'm going to hand the gavel. I don't see Representative Pickett.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
That's okay, Representative Pickett. I'd like to hand the gavel to you. I need to run to IDEA committee and I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have, this is for Representative Grahowski, this is a completely new bill, pretty much from what we worked the other day. Is that correct?
What I would say is it took the substantive content about gear fitting properly and put it into a more appropriate place in statute. So while it is in a different section and chapter of statute, I think the underlying reasons for doing the bill are the same. So I don't know how you weigh if it's a different versus similar bill. It's the reasons for it and what it's trying to accomplish are done, I think, better in statute than what my original proposal was.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the bill sponsor? Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate this. I think this is exactly the substance that we talked about at the hearing, and that finding the appropriate place with Jane's help to make sure that we're defining what is appropriate. And I think this really encompasses everything that we were talking about, and certainly what we expected should be happening already. I don't think any of us were aware of the issues that the firefighters who supported this legislation brought to us. So I really, I'm going to support this, and I'm ready to make a motion, and I'll hold off for other comments, but I'm ready to do so, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Morales. I see another hand, Representative Reckert.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended.
Okay, can you hold that for just a moment? For just a moment, we'll take your motion, but before we get a second, I see one more hand. I want to make sure we get our discussion first, okay? Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. I hadn't seen the new amended version up until just then. For some reason, I didn't get it. I have a lot less problems with this new version. I do want to find out and clarify, when is this going to take effect? Because I don't see it in the old version, and I'm not sure if it's in the new version. Is there a timeline associated with it?
Would the bill sponsor like to respond to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as the bill was originally drafted, it had an emergency preamble. The reason I put that on there is because I really do believe it's important that any gear that's purchased even in the next couple months really be properly fitting. And I hope that it would be, but I think it's the committee's purview to decide if it's reasonable to keep that on there, in which case it would take effect immediately upon the bill being signed, or if you're comfortable pushing this change out until the fall. That's how it's structured right now. So
Thank you, Representative Grohowski.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead with your follow-up, Representative Newman.
The question more of what I had wasn't on the preamble. It was more of the other day you spoke that you wanted the career firefighters to change this gear out within a year, and you said volunteers within 2 to 3 years. I spoke with a bunch of chiefs on small towns after this the other day, and they basically said they intend on doing it the next time they do new gear or as people come on the department, because they aren't going to replace gear that they just bought a year ago. They had told me that when they do order new gear for people coming on, if they can't fit them properly out of their stores of gear, they do have the people measured by the companies providing gear, so that they feel they're already measuring them.
You can respond to that, Representative Grohowski, if you'd like.
thank you very much. Yeah, and I really appreciate that you've done some extra research and had conversations. I think that's a way we get really good legislation passed in the State House. The way that the amendment is worded, I do think it does say, we're looking to have the proper fit and the standards from OSHA and the NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, met at the time of purchase. So I think you're right that this is something we really want to see as gear is cycled. And if we want that to happen faster, then I think Representative Rader's bill is a really good way to help fund those changes, because we do know that that could be a challenge. But as new firefighters come into career positions and are fitted, it's really important that, as gear is purchased for them, that it be done right. And one of the things that I learned in this process is that it's one thing to say that the size is right, but that doesn't mean it necessarily fits well in terms of the design and the shape. So that's why we included that language about design options that are specific, because it could be, yep, this is the exact right size for a person your height, but then it's way too wide, or the crotch of the pants is too low, et cetera, because the body style is different. So I hope that answers your question, but I do see this as a cycle out provision. And I think that hopefully if the other bill is funded off the appropriations table, then we can just help speed up that cycling.
One last question, if I could.
Okay, I'll let you have one more follow-up, Representative Newman. Go ahead.
If they're willing to add a small amendment, I would suggest that we add in language so that the Bureau of Labor Standards sends out a letter to all departments notifying them of this if it passes, and the fact that they do make female firefighter gear. Because some of the comments that I had from some of the chiefs were, as a matter of fact, one of my own chiefs said, I didn't realize they made specific female firefighter gear. They haven't ordered any new gear in since they started making it.
Representative Grohowski, would you be willing to place that into your bill, that request into your bill?
Thank you. I really appreciate that you brought that up, Representative Newman, because that was something that I actually did discuss with the professional firefighters. And I'm not sure if I would look to your analysts to see if this should be in the bill, sent as a letter, but I think it would be excellent for that agency to notify, as you suggest, of the change and the intention. I think that's a great improvement. I'm not sure the right vehicle, but I think that we can figure that out, and I definitely agree with it.
Thank you, Representative Grohowski. Jane, is that something that we can? How do you think we should approach that?
Well, there's two ways to do it. There's probably more than that. There's two ways to do it. One is to put it as an unallocated piece of law at the end of the bill that directs the Bureau of Labor Standards to provide that notice. And the other is to do it as a separate letter from the committee that you would send when the bill passes. It's your choice.
Let's say the first one.
Representative Newman, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you. I would say using the first option would probably be just the best thing, just having Bureau of Labor Standards send out a notification.
You in agreement with that, Representative Prohaski? I see your head shaking.
Yes.
Thank you. I know we had a request for a motion, but there's a lot of hands up, so I think we should continue on with the discussion first on that. So Senator Seaway, do you have a question of the sponsor? I think you're muted.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention that Chief Gillespie, who's on the Fire Commission, called me last night, and he said that he felt that it's already in statute as far as fitting everybody properly, and he said the problem is more on training, and so he felt that it would be maybe something that we could just whether it's a resolve or a letter saying that need more training to get all genders properly fitted, and to get them trained on how to get them fitted. But he said that this bill is not really needed, and he felt that we should ought not to pass on it, because he feels that this is going to be just a more difficult situation for firefighters the way this is going to be worded. So he thinks that, and that was from Chief Gillespie. I don't know if he's on today listening, but if you want to bring him on, if he is, we could listen to his thoughts. If you know.
Thank you for that information, Senator Seaway. Deb, I saw your hand.
I just wanted to let you know that Mr. Gillespie was in the waiting room and had raised his hand.
Okay, I see him now in the waiting room. Chief Gillespie, would you like to respond to the information we just received from Senator Seaway?
Yes, I did have, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And I did have the opportunity to speak to Senator Seaway yesterday. And I apologize. I had to have to step out for 1 minute, and unfortunately, I did not get all of the amendments. So I'm not up to speed on everything. I'm trying to bounce between YouTube to get an understanding. And I want to preface this: the Maine Chiefs do not support this initiative. We support properly fitting our firefighters. We absolutely 100% are committed to that. I think we have to look at the economic perspective of this too. And I know I heard some timelines being mentioned. I think for the career departments, it is fairly easy to bring their female firefighters and all firefighters up to speed with gear, because it is a part of bringing a new recruit on. You may give them gear out of the gear closet to begin with, but hopefully you're fitting them fairly quickly and moving them through. I think we have to look at this, and I think one perspective we're missing is the volunteer women firefighters. I don't think they were even recognized in this development, or even asked, because I have 4 of them and none of them were asked their opinion on their gear. I think we're doing a good job in fitting our firefighters. I had a conversation with Rich Hillgrove, who is a distributor of Globe turnout gear, and he just brought this initiative forward in October of last year. So we haven't given the Maine Chiefs or any of the other organizations an opportunity to get this information out to our constituents and let them know, Chief, there's another opportunity for gear. And the distributors themselves are not bringing this gear when they're outfitting firefighters. So, we're working on turning the curve and getting this as a recognition. And I'd like to look at the amendment to have a better understanding on how that is worded. But I think a little bit more action, and we need a little bit more time from the main chief's perspective to get this information out there and properly make everybody aware.
Thank you, Chief Gillespie. Representative Grohowski, do you think it would be beneficial to you to have contact with Chief Gillespie and try to work on that issue? Or do you, well, let me ask you this first. There was a mention about the fact of the, I believe it was volunteers. Is that correct, Mr. Gillespie? Chief Gillespie?
Yes, there is a separate women's organization, Female Firefighters of Maine. I have been in contact with their organization, and there's quite a few volunteer female firefighters out there, more than the 100 that was brought forward in the professional ranks. So I'm thinking we could easily double that. But I want to see if this isn't a situation that is hindering all departments, not just the 10% that are represented with the full-time career female firefighters.
Would you like to respond to that, Representative Grohowski? Did you reach out to the female volunteers, or if you have anything in response to that?
Sure, thank you. It's definitely a challenge because there are some in departments that I serve, for instance, but they are spread out throughout the state and not organized in the same way as the career volunteer or career firefighters are. I would say that I hope that Chief Gillespie, maybe we can give you a little bit of time to just look at the language. I think you'll find that it is workable and reasonable. It's just basically adding a little explicit definition for what do we mean when we say something as vague as appropriate. That's been really challenging for members to work with, the meaning of that. And this year, it's great that Globe has got a new initiative going, but this year has been available for a number of years. And I agree with you 100% that education has been part of the problem. And I think this bill coming forward has already helped with some of that. I do think both types of departments are different, but whereby this language is essentially making clear that the state of Maine does expect that the NFPA standards, which are standards and optional, are what our firefighters, fire departments follow, and the OSHA regulations as well. So I hope it is not something that you see as too onerous, and that maybe, I don't know if we would want to go back to the screen share or just maybe email you the language. My apologies that Jane and I sorted it out, this morning. So I think it's it's pretty fresh for everybody, and it's important to take time to digest it. And I appreciate your interest in that. But I don't think it's structured in a way that would be catastrophic to the volunteer department, certainly.
Thank you, Representative Grohowski.
May I make a suggestion, Mr. Chair?
Certainly. Go ahead, Representative Morales.
Yeah, I think, it's approaching the 1 o'clock hour. And so I'm wondering if, I know that there is a Michael Kraus who's in the waiting room to speak about this bill. Maybe we bring Michael in, and then maybe we take a lunch break before we come back to vote on this particular bill, so we can make sure everyone has a chance to take a look at it. And then I'll also add, if you'll allow me, just one brief comment, that I think this bill is really important, as the sponsor mentioned, because it hasn't been, the statute hasn't been looked at since the 80s. And to really clean up that language, I think, is a really good idea and a great opportunity for us as policymakers. And, and I think what we've heard from testimony throughout is that no one's opposed to the intent behind this bill. And so I just want to remind folks about that.
I hear your request, but I want to ask one question to Representative Grohowski, the sponsor. Would you, and I want to throw this out to the whole committee and see what you feel as well. This is one of those ones where we have something coming to us today. I had not seen this new amendment until just now. I've got people on my committee. We're going to have time to talk to determine what we are going to do, because we had a position And and right now we're going to have that conversation. So I like your idea about going to possibly grabbing some lunch and having a chance to talk that over. But I wanted to ask Representative Grohowski, I think, are you set to go ahead with the bill today? I mean, if we give this time now that, and we make sure that Chief Gillespie gets a copy of that amendment so he can look at that, are you okay to move ahead with this bill today? Because if not, I wanted to give you a chance to request a table if you thought that was going to be beneficial.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate, I just want to say, visiting different committees, I really appreciate how much you've included me in your conversation. That's really helpful to me. And I feel that it respects the work that I've been doing in the past week to try to respond to so much that came up in the last work session. So thank you. Yes, I think that with the proposed addition, which I really appreciate about getting the Bureau to send out the information, I do think that this bill is in a really good place to move forward, but I would love for everyone on the committee to feel comfortable with it and recognize the value. I think you all recognize the value of it. The question is, just taking some time to read it and sort through what the changes from the existing 2103 to this proposal. So I'm very comfortable with it moving today. We're all under pressure, so to get things moving, but if the committee's not ready, I'm also comfortable with you doing what you think is appropriate with it.
Thank you, Representative Grohowski. I appreciate that. And with that being said, I know if both hands that are still up, I know I'm going to respond to your request one way or the other in just a moment, Representative Morales. But is Representative Record, do you have anything to add other than a motion? Because we're not ready for a motion yet.
No, what the only thing I'm concerned about is that I would like this not to turn into a public hearing on this bill, which I think we've already had. And I agree that it'd be fine for the chief to see the wording. And hopefully that can be read in the course of a 20-minute lunch break or however many minutes we have. I've sort of gotten used to my middle school 17 minutes they used to give us to eat lunch. But I think I do want to be back here to vote, and I have to leave at 2. So
I appreciate that, Representative Record, and we don't want it to be a public hearing either. So there was new information out. We wanted to make sure we were aware of that, so we can give the bill sponsor every opportunity to have everybody informed with the information we need to make a knowledgeable decision. So that being said, I'm going to take the request of Representative Morales. We will not take a motion yet. We'll take and be back at 1:30. That'll give everybody a chance to look at the amendment and make sure we're all set, and then we'll take this and hopefully come to a resolve. So the committee will be at ease until 1:30.
Can I, Chief Gillespie, I sent you a copy. Did you get it?
I will look at it right now. Thanks, Jane.
Okay.
About Michael Kraus.
Yeah, could we also make sure that Michael Kraus gets a copy of that amendment?
Deb, can you send me his email? I'm not sure I have his email.
I'm not sure I do either, but I will look.
Okay. Someone send it to me.
Thank you, Jane.
Representative Pickett, you are not muted.
That's okay. I wasn't talking anyways.
I know, just wanted to forewarn you.
We haven't started yet, Representative Warren, but I will hand the gavel back to you.
Thank you. Senator Searway, are you following me? We were just
I am.
we were just both over an idea. Good, perfect timing. Hi, everyone. So Representative Pickett, where'd y'all leave off?
We had a good discussion, and we hadn't made a motion yet. There was an attempt to make a motion. I did not take the motion at that time, so we could have discussion, which we did, and a lot of good questions, a lot of back and forth. Representative Morales asked said maybe we might want to take a lunch break so we can have a chance to look at the amendment and then be able to come back and work on the bill. And I would say this, the bill sponsor was great, answered all our questions, and I was glad to hear that new information. So we're ready to go.
Great. Thank you for that. Perfect. So if folks have their questions answered, is there a motion or do we have more discussion? Yes, Representative Pluker.
Could I just have an update as to where we are? I'm coming in now for the first time also. What bill are we working on?
Oh, we are working on LD 1245, and it is Representative Grahowski's bill. And I also was not here. I was in another committee.
Thank you.
Yes. Representative Newman.
Yes, one of the reasons we stopped so that Chief Gillespie could have get a copy of the amendment so we could hear what he had to say about it.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, thank you. Hi, Chief Gillespie.
Good afternoon, Representative Warren. Glad to see you back. I did take a few moments and I did read the amendment. I did reach out to the Bureau of Labor Standards, both the director and the assistant director, and had a conversation in reference to this bill with them. A few concerns that they had, who's going to determine proper fitting gear? Is it the salesman? Is it the fire chief? Because right now it's up to the fire chief to properly fit their firefighters. So is it up to us to determine proper fitting gear? And who would enforce this?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Keep going.
I'm sorry.
No, you keep going.
And the other issue is the Bureau of Labor Standards has never had a complaint from a female firefighter that they were forced to wear improper fitting turnout gear. So they were unaware of this being an issue. What they indicated to me is this already exists in the OSHA standards that we do follow as an OSHA state. So I did review, and I'm not seeing any major concerns with the language, but when I read this to them, they want clarification on who determines, because it's not in their wheelhouse to go around and look at every firefighter with their gear to ensure it's properly fitted. So that was one major question that came out.
Thank you, Chief. Is it your responsibility to make sure that your firefighters are properly fitted?
It absolutely is my responsibility.
So wouldn't it be the chief's job, whether it's a female firefighter or what you're terming a firefighter, to make sure that the that they're properly fitted? Wouldn't that be the chief's job?
Right, but it does indicate in the amendment that, properly fitted gear, it does not give a definition on who's responsible for that. It makes it sound like when you're fitted for a set of turnout gear. Are you fitted for a new set, or am I taking something out of the closet, which is a common practice with a lot of volunteer and regular career fire departments out there when you take on a new member? It may be years before I have the budget to outfit a firefighter with a new set of turnout gear. So I guess the major question is one, who's going to determine it? And two, a mention of timeline has been put in place. Does this indicate that I need to have all my firefighters fitted for a set of turnout gear and start a replacement process to get everybody properly fitted?
Okay, thank you for those questions. Let's have the sponsor answer those questions. It looks like some of the answers to your questions are in the language of the amendment, but Representative Grochowski, would you be able to answer those questions?
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Warren. I would point everyone who has the amendment, the very first sentence about protective equipment that overarches the new language says the fire department shall provide each firefighter with the appropriate equipment. Then it goes on to say that equipment must fit properly. So I believe it is quite clear that it's the fire department's responsibility, because this whole section is under the fire department's responsibility. I think there was a second question there. There is no timeline in this legislation. It says that the gear must fit properly at the time of purchase. So I think that's also pretty clear that we're not asking for all gear to be treated out, starting the effective date of this legislation, but as gear is purchased. And ideally, if there is gear that should be traded out sooner than the cycle, that Representative Rader's bill can help the municipalities fund that if that does pass off the appropriations table. I would add, I do want to remind committee members that, I'm here speaking on behalf of a number of people who are outnumbered in a field, in a career, or in a volunteer capacity that they really love, and it's the way they want to serve their community. But to expect that a female member of an otherwise almost entirely male-dominated field would want to bring this up to their chief, to the Bureau of Labor Standards, it's a lot to ask. I'm here to represent the circumstance, the experience that those firefighters have had, so that each one of them doesn't need to bring this up on their own. They are trying to fit within a field in which it's not clear sometimes how they do fit. So just because someone isn't speaking up doesn't mean they're not experiencing something. There might be other reasons that they are asking me to speak for them because they are trying to do their jobs. And I hope that we can help them do their jobs safely and effectively.
Thank you, Representative. And I don't know who, let's go with Representative Reckitt. Ooh, Representative, you're on mute.
Yes, I'm happy to move ought to pass as amended.
Seconded.
Okay, I have a motion ought to pass as amended made by Representative Reckitt, seconded by Representative Pickett. Discussion on the motion on the floor. Seeing, yes, Jane. Oops, you're on mute.
Does the ought to pass as amended have in it the language about the Bureau of Labor Standards handing out information, providing notice to fire departments?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Jane. Seeing no more discussion.
Can I make, sorry.
Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry, I was trying to find my hand. I'm paying attention to another committee at the same time, so I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that when we have that notice provision, that it doesn't cause an additional cost. So it could be via email, or some way to craft it such that the way, you know what I mean, so that we're not adding an additional burden on the department to do that.
Jane, does that make sense to you?
Sure. So sometimes what we do is write in something that the next time they send a notice to the fire departments, they include that. But we could say by email or the next time, and we'll see if they put a price tag on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Good point, Representative Morales. Thank you. Any more discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none. Deb, would you call the roll?
Certainly. The motion is ought to pass as amended on LD 1245. Please unmute and turn your cameras on for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner may be absent. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yeah, excuse me, yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Reckett.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
That's 9 yes votes and 4 absent.
Great. Thank you very much, Deb. Representative Grahowski, thank you for being here. And Chief Gillespie, thank you for being here. It's always good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, Rockstar Committee, we only have one more bill to do today. And that is our very own Representative Pluker. And I know he's been working on this. So Representative, do you want to start or do you want to have Jane start, or what works for you?
If Jane put together a summary, we can hear that first. Otherwise, I can go for it.
Okay, go for it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
And I'm trying to find my notes here. Which I'm not finding, but that's okay. It all happens so fast. Basically, the idea of this bill was that I'll try to do a summary. Of course, it'll be somewhat partial. I'm the sponsor, but there are approximately 100 towns in the state of Maine which do not have any access to a law enforcement agency to do a background check for them or to partner with them in that background check. The intent of the bill was to create a situation. The intent of the bill was that those towns could ask the state police for help, and it required that the state police help. We heard from the state police that they were worried about that for a couple different reasons. One, they didn't have the staff to do it. We also heard that they could not just give the information to the towns because that would be a violation of the privacy laws, and that they do currently have in statute the right to go to form a memorandum of understanding with the towns which are not covered currently by the memorandums of understanding. And that they had stopped accepting further memorandums of understanding because of staffing issues. So I was in conversation last night with Lieutenant Johnson and offered as a potential amendment that we could turn this into resolve, where we asked the department to send letters to those towns which do not have memorandums of understanding, asking them if they would be interested in memorandums of understanding. And just to be clear, that not every town would want to do that. These are only the towns who do not have police departments. Not every town would want to do that because they would have to give up their issuing authority to the state police in order to do that, which means that they could no longer do it themselves. So we were unclear as to whether all approximately 100 of those towns would want to do that, or would be 50, or would be 25. And then that would give us a sense of the staffing needs within the department to cover the increased demand for help with the background checks. The department does not support that amendment because they don't want there. It sounds like I would expect that Lieutenant Johnson is probably in the waiting room, but in general, they don't want to do studies or that kind of thing. It's an unnecessary burden in their eyes. So I can make a motion now or later.
Great. Well, why don't you go ahead and make a motion to get the discussion going, and then we'll hear from committee members.
Yep, I would ought to pass as amended, turning it into a resolve that to ask the department to send out those letters to those towns without police departments that do not currently have memorandums of understanding with the department to do background checks, asking them if they would be interested in forming memorandums of understanding in the future, and then having the department report back to us in the spring of 2022. And this committee would have authority to put forward another bill to potentially address staffing issues or further address the issue after we have that information.
Great. Thank you, Representative Pluker. Do I have a second for the motion?
Second.
I have a second by Representative Reckitt. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I see that Lieutenant Johnson is in the queue, so I do have a question for him.
Wonderful. Deb, would you bring in Lieutenant? Oh, he's already here. Wow. The service here is amazing. Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello again.
We have some questions for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Johnson, thank you for being here this afternoon in this hearing.
You're welcome.
And I've heard from the bill sponsor about the conversation that you had with him and the opposition to the proposed resolve study. So what I'd like to have you, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to have you just explain to the committee why you are opposed to having a study and how it would affect the department, so that we can all be clear on that.
Sure. Thank you for the question. And I'll start by saying I certainly appreciate Representative Pluker's intention on this bill. And as we said yesterday, we certainly appreciate the concept of ensuring the integrity of this process. However, the reason we'd be opposed to the amendment is from speaking with my leadership, we historically have been opposed to study groups, work groups that put the lion's share of the burden on us to do the work. It kind of takes away from given our limited staffing and resources and focusing on that, and the burden that it puts on us, taking away from some of our other kind of primary responsibilities. So I think we've been resistant to be involved and kind of carry the lion's share of that on some of these studies, given our other responsibilities and the limited staffing we have to perform these functions. So that's really the kind of the main reason behind it.
Great. Thank you, Lieutenant. Representative Pickett, did you have another question?
No, I'm all set. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Lieutenant Johnston? Yes, Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, as we know, when the state police does a background check on a permit, they're doing a SBI III on those, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So follow up, ma'am.
Yes, please.
So when a town's doing it, I heard yesterday in some testimony that all they're doing is going on the internet. So what would they be doing on the internet that you're not doing?
Well,
I mean, what are they not doing that you guys are doing is what I should say.
I think that there's probably, well, I don't want to, I can't say I can speak with any authority on how some of these towns are doing it. I don't really have a great knowledge or familiarity with that in terms of what they are doing, other than what I heard yesterday. But they don't have the access to the same information that we do. But they can get public criminal history record information. There is a way that entities can check public criminal history records. I think that's maintained out of the State Bureau of Identification, which the state oversees, which there's a fee for them to do that, which people can avail themselves of. And I suppose what they're checking for when someone said they use Google is they're looking for open source information that might have been reported that they can then use or rely on. But that's a small fraction of what we would do as part of our background process. The criminal history covers part of it, but there are other things that we would have access to that they may not, such as like the NICS checks and things like that.
One more follow-up.
Yes, please.
So I understand you folks not wanting to do the resolve because of manpower, et cetera. But I have a little bit of an issue with the criminal background check being done by these towns that they're not really doing the job that probably should be done, and a little bit concerned with that.
So yeah, I can absolutely appreciate your concern, and that makes complete sense to me. The concealed handgunning permitting process has been around longer than I've been in law enforcement, but at least for the time that I've been involved with it, they've created this kind of bifurcated system where they have issuing authorities who can issue that are part of law enforcement, and you also have non-law enforcement issuing authorities who can issue. So they created kind of that divided system with really out addressing some of the issues in terms of the background checks. I think it's whether that should be revisited or whether that's a larger discussion to kind of look at how concealed handgun permits are issued overall in the state. That's probably a separate matter and a separate question and a separate hearing. But I can understand and appreciate your concerns but I guess that's probably not a great response to that, sir. But I guess that's my thoughts on it.
Thank you. I guess I apologize sort of for putting you on the spot on that, but I do have some concerns with that.
Well, sir, one thing I guess I would say, if I could, Madam Chair, to Representative Costain, I guess I hesitated at kind of speaking for the Maine Municipal Association, but I've kind of got a message from Ms. Graham that the MMA, I don't know if she's on here, but they have offered to do the work that I think Representative Pluker is looking to have us do. They have expressed a willingness to do the due diligence and survey work to reach out to those 100 or so municipalities and find out who would like us, who would want to enter into an agreement with us for take over the issuing authority. So we have an idea what the demand is, and that allows this committee in another session or in the spring to make a decision about, okay, this is who wants to do it. This is the demand. This is what it would take for resources and staffing. So I don't know if she's here and available to kind of speak to that or talk to that, but I know that is something that she had expressed to me and said it's okay for me to pass on to the committee. I just want to make sure I had her okay before I did that. So I don't know if that addresses Representative Pluker's concern by doing that information, getting it back to the committee so they can make an informed decision on it.
Thank you, Lieutenant Johnston. It looks like Ms. Graham is here. So Deb, if you wouldn't mind bringing her in. And then I also saw that Representative Pickett had a question.
Yes, and my question has been answered because I was going to ask if Rebecca was in the waiting room. So we're all set. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hello, Ms. Graham, welcome.
Hello, Representative Warren. Yes, MMA, I think, is probably in a position to be able to connect with the overlap between the entities that have municipal police departments and are doing this and those that are already being served, the 360 by the department, to send out to that subset of remaining towns their willingness to engage and to understand maybe what that looks like for the department. I think that makes sense for us to take up that work for the department as well, and to work with the state police to make sure that what we're asking them is exactly what they're going to need to get back.
Thank you. I want to turn to the sponsor and offer that we hear from the sponsor today, but also offer that if the sponsor wants to be able to work with MMA, I understand that as well and bring something back. So let's hear from Representative Pluker.
Yeah, just I guess I had a question for the MMA. Would you be in, you're offering your services, so I assume, would you be in favor if it turns into a situation in the spring of formalizing this offer of memorandum of understandings between the towns and the state police? Was I unclear?
No, sorry, I was just trying to unmute.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, so what we see is that there are at least towns that don't have those services. So identifying those individuals and asking them if this is something that they wish to have, that they wish to be able to provide as well, I think is important. And it may remain important for them to decide if there's another entity that law enforcement entity, whether that's the sheriff's office or the state police, that they want to engage in that, but also informing them of the process and why this might be a problem, I think are a couple of different things that could be done in that same communication.
Could you just elaborate on what you see as a potential problem?
We see municipal officials being opened up to some significant legal challenges if they're not following the existing guidelines and not using all of available information to make those decisions that those with the benefit of that screening by law enforcement have. Okay, so just to follow up, Madam Chair.
Please.
So you're seeing a potential liability for towns like mine that aren't that don't have access to these databases currently.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I was still unclear about your testimony yesterday, so I was trying to hammer it down. Madam Chair, I'd be one potential solution if we don't have to work on this anymore, is just as part of the amendment, say that the state of police could enter into an agreement with, I don't know if we can explicitly say the Maine Municipal Association, or if we state it as a statewide organization representing municipalities, in order to get this letter out and the study done.
Jane, can you weigh in on that?
Well, I'm wondering if, given what looks like active support for doing the survey by MMA, do you need legislation, or could you just ask to carry over this bill? And then you could send a letter to MMA if you wanted to document the request to them. Or do you feel like you need it in a resolve that's passed?
I'm happy. Oh, if that's the question for me.
Yes, please.
I'm happy to do a resolve where we can report back another bill next year after getting a report from the department, or to merely carry this bill over and use it as vehicle once a report has been made. Depending on the committee and how our carryover status is.
I think our carryover status is pretty good in that we don't have a lot of carryovers and we're allowed 12. Let's bat it around a bit and make a decision together. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I like the idea of a carryover rather than doing the resolve and coming back and doing a new bill. The carryover is cleaner. It gives them a chance to work on it, gives them a chance to get it where they want it, get the study done in the whole 9 yards, and come back and present this bill in a framework where we can make it work, hopefully. So that would be my desire to do this as a carryover bill. I think we carried over one today, but I think we only have carried over a total of, I think, maybe 4, and we have 12 that we could, I think.
I think I agree with you on that number, that it's something like that. Good, thank you. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to know what the cost would be to do the survey. Lieutenant Johnston mentioned that the surveys do get kind of costly and it takes manpower. So I'm paying for that.
I think the MMA is offered to do it in their budget.
Okay, so they can do it. All right, good. All right, thank you. It's just hard listening between the two committees.
I've been in 3 committees today and I feel tired from it. Thank
Yeah.
you, Senator.
All right.
Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Johnson, one more question on, if I understood your testimony yesterday, you said anyone you have an agreement with, you were doing 100% from the application to the issue of the permit, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other thoughts of the committee? Yes, Representative Pluker.
Thank you. I'd be in favor of the carryover as well, as long as we have a letter that we could send from the committee to MMA and the department that we authorize them to do the work and that we expect a report back sometime early or late winter, early spring, depending on your point of view.
That sounds great. Ms. Graham, do you have thoughts about a timeline of report back for us to put in the letter from this committee?
I think when the committee reconvenes next session would probably be easy. I don't think that this is going to take a great deal of time because we already have a lot of the information that the department would end up having to try to find on their own. So it's going to be, once it's designed, it's going to be really easy to disseminate. And hopefully I'll be able to work with Lieutenant Johnson and his team to define what those questions are and get all the information that's necessary in that go.
That's great. Thank you. Representative Pluker, what do you think about a January 15th date?
Sounds great.
Okay. I have Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair, just as a point, you probably were way ahead of me on this, but I think with the motion on the floor, we're going to have to get the second and the person that made the motion to withdraw, just as a point of order. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, we should do that. Representative Pluker.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. And was Lois the second, I think?
She was, and I think she had to leave.
Uh-oh. That's fine though, right, Jane? Can we?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Representative Pluker, would you like to make a new motion?
I move to carry over this bill and have a letter drafted from the committee to Maine Municipal Association. To Maine Municipal Association, as well as the Department of Public Safety, requesting that the towns have a letter sent to them and they report back on January 15th.
Beautiful. Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? Representative Pickett.
No, I'm all set. Just forgot to take my hand down.
Okay. Deb, would you call the roll?
Have we got a second?
Did we get a second? Sorry, thank you, Representative Costain. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Representative. So we have a motion and a second. Deb, would you now call the roll? And the motion is a carryover.
Right, for LD 1446, motion to carry over. Please.
With a letter from the committee, and just for anybody new that's just joining us. Great, thank you.
And please unmute and turn your cameras on for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki. I'm sorry, Representative Rudnicki?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt is absent. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes. Yeah.
And Senator DeChambeau is absent. So that's 9 yes and 4 absent.
Wonderful, thank you. Deb, let's give you the opportunity. I know some folks missed a couple votes running around today. Could we do those quickly before we lose a quorum and then we'll be done?
Yes. LD 58 was ought to pass as amended, and it was a unanimous vote. I need a vote from Pluker, Representative Pluker.
Yes, I vote ought to pass as amended.
Thank you. LD 884 was ought to pass as amended. It was a split report. So we had,
I think I'm probably ought to pass as amended on that. Was that Representative Fecto's amendment that he presented to us in public hearing?
can someone,
I think this is Senator Stewart's bill.
Oh,
Am I right about that? Senator Stewart's bill is
yes.
884?
Yeah, this is on gun registry. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep. I'm ought to pass as amended.
thank you. LD 759 ought to pass as amended. This was another split vote.
This is Representative Dudera's bill.
I'm ought to pass as amended. I don't know. Are there other people who need to vote as well? Or are we just going to do me first?
So far, they're all just you. There is
Okay.
one for Representative Lookener, I believe. Then LD 1286 was ought not to pass. That was a unanimous vote.
Ought not to pass.
LD 1092 also ought not to pass, a unanimous vote.
Ought not to pass.
LD 769 ought to pass as amended, a unanimous vote.
Ought to pass as amended.
And this one, I need both, wait, I only need Representative Lookener on this one. LD 1245 was ought to pass as amended, unanimous vote.
I'll vote ought to pass as amended.
Thank you.
I don't believe I voted 1245. Did I?
I have you on there.
That
Okay.
was the one we just did. It was Representative Grahowski's bill.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Sorry.
You're welcome. Okay, good. Thank you for doing that. So I think we're all good. We're back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Good work today, you guys. We moved a lot of work off our plate. Jane, do you have anything that you need us to do or? Okay, great. All right, everyone. Go.
I have something, Representative.
Yes.
What I have is, I believe today, the Appropriations Committee is beginning to work on some of the report backs that they have received. And as we know, we went and did our report back, and we just had two things we talked to them about, and we didn't really give a report back on our initiatives. I just wanted to say that it's really too bad that we as a committee did not get a chance to have our input into this budget. And it's just another thing that really tells me that things are starting to come unraveled the way we're doing business here, because we really have and I think we as a committee have showed today that when we want to work together and put our heads together, we can pass good legislation, we can do things. So I just want to bring that out because it's, I really missed being able to be involved in that process. And I know they are starting it today. So I just want to make sure that the people at home knew that we didn't have a chance to give our input into this very important budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Pickett, and I agree with you. We are going to have a chance to do that. As you know, we are still waiting on the chief executive to share the change package. We let appropriations know that we'd like to come back and weigh in once we hear what the chief executive is planning around Long Creek, etc. We also need to weigh in on the language around the county jail funding. There is the additional money that I'm glad to see is in there, but they need our language. So I have spoken with the chairs. They want to hear from us. As far as I know, the governor is releasing her change package next week. And as soon as that's done, I'm hoping we can get ourselves in front of the Appropriations Committee. So I agree with you, and I have continued those conversations. I wish that we hadn't had to wait so long to get that information. But we're still waiting to get that information. Other things from the committee, or is everybody good and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9? Okay.
Nice
Bye,
work,
guys.
everyone.
Yeah, good work today. Awesome. Thanks, Jane. Thanks, Deb.
Thank you, Jane and Deb. Thank you, Charlotte.
Thank you.